Chapter 2031. Feng Jiu was taken aback. What is it? Hun Yuan glared at her. Still playing dumb? It's about taking the old man as your master. As soon as he said this, the little bastard curled his lips and looked away. No, she couldn't be bothered to become his disciple. Although Chu Batian, the palace master of the Tianyuan Palace, was far weaker than Hun Yuan, she was indebted to him. He had helped her unlock her profound spirit body, and he had also given her the ancient divine sword Qingfeng. Although he had only left her a few treasures, he had not given her any guidance on cultivation. However, she had grown stronger step by step with the things he had left behind, in addition to her own talent and comprehension. Aside from what she learned in her past life, she learned almost everything on her own in this life. What was the use of having another master? She would only be looking for trouble. When she became Chu Baishan's disciple, she promised to do 3 things for him. Now, Tianyuan Palace's influence had spread from the lower continents to the upper continents with her, and the ancient divine sword, Qingfeng, was in her hands. There was only one thing left to do, and that was to find his descendants. Unfortunately, after so many years, it was extremely difficult to find his descendants. Her master, Chu Batian, was the overlord of the lower continents. However, when she sent people to secretly investigate, there was no news from the lower continents. Now that she was in the upper continents and her influence had shifted here, it was even more difficult to find his descendants in the lower continents. Sometimes, she even wondered if his descendants were already gone, or if they had hidden away and become ordinary people. After all, his descendants were still alive. If news of her possessing the Qingfeng sword spread in the lower continents, his descendants should have come knocking on her door. However, this matter was like a stone thrown into the sea. There was no response at all. Little bastard? Little bastard? Hun Yuan couldn't help but glare when he saw the youth in a daze in front of him. Is the old man's words so boring? How can you be distracted when talking to an old man? Feng Jiu came back to her senses and glanced at him. I'm not distracted. I just happened to be thinking of something. She took out a wine gourd from her space and unscrewed the lid to take a sip. When the lid was unscrewed, the fragrance of the wine filled the air. Hu Yuan's eyes lit up when he smelled it. He swallowed and stared at the wine gourd in Feng Jiu's hand. Why is a child drinking wine? Give it to me. Let this old man have a taste. He reached out to snatch it away, but Feng Jiu dodged. She held the wine gourd and stared at him vigilantly. Don't you have one? Why are you snatching mine? This old man was so greedy. The old man was a little surprised by the speed at which he dodged. He couldn't help but stroke his beard. He narrowed his eyes and stared at him while saying, Old man, I think your wine is more fragrant. I am an old man, so you have to respect me. Do you understand? Feng Jiu started laughing when she heard this. She stared at the old man, who had a rosy complexion and a smooth face that didn't have a single wrinkle. She said, Besides your white hair, beard, and eyebrows, you don't look like an old man at all. Chapter 2032. Feng Jiu's mouth twitched when he saw the old man's smug expression. She didn't dare to listen to him. He turned his body slightly and moved to the other side, taking another sip of wine. Seeing that the little bastard was drinking with his back facing him and ignoring him, the old man glared at him. Little bastard, are you listening to what this old man is saying? Little bastard. The old man jumped in front of him. I'm talking to you. I'm not a little bastard, Feng Jiu said as she held the wine in her arms and refused to give it to him. You're a little bastard. You took my treasure the first time we met. If you're not a little bastard, then what are you? He was angry when he thought about that. This kid was too cunning. Feng Jiu quickly put away the wine gourd and stood up. He walked over to Second Master Chai. Second Master, when are we leaving? Second Master Chai respected Feng Nine even more because he had saved them twice in a row. He did not look down on Feng Nine just because he was a teenager. Hearing Feng Ix's question, Second Master Chai said, I'll discuss it with the immortal monarch. Then he walked towards Hun Yuanzi. Not long after, Hun Yuan and Second Master Chai finished their discussion. The group moved forward again. Has the immortal master been here before? Second Master Chai asked. Of course. As Master Hun Yuan spoke, he glanced at Feng Jiu from the corner of his eyes and inwardly cursed. This little bastard. He had repeatedly brought up the matter of taking Feng Jiao as his master, and yet he had still managed to fool him. He didn't believe that with his prestige, he wouldn't be able to take this boy as his disciple. Hearing this, second master Chai asked again, "How long until we reach the crater? According to our speed, we should be able to reach that area in about 10 days. However, this is assuming that the journey is peaceful. If something were to happen along the way, it would be hard to say." Han Yuanzi walked leisurely with his hands behind his back. He was thinking about how he could make that brat obediently acknowledge him as his master during this period of time. That little bastard definitely didn't know how strong he was. As long as he knew how strong he was, he would definitely rush over and beg him to be his disciple. When he inexplicably thought of that scene, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. His eyebrows were full of joy. Oh, just thinking about it made him excited. What should he do? No, he had to find a chance to show off his skills. He had to show that little bastard how strong he was. Zhuo Junyue, who was walking beside Han Yuanzi, saw that the old man's expression kept changing along the way. He didn't know what happy things the old man was thinking, but the corners of the old man's mouth were almost reaching behind his ears. Zhuo Junyue was even more puzzled when he saw the old man's spirited expression. The old man was angry just a moment ago. Why did he suddenly become so happy? He glanced at the old man, then at the young man in green behind him. He thought that the old man's good mood must have something to do with that young man. They walked all the way until the sky gradually darkened. Only then did they stop in the forest. "Let's rest here tonight. You guys go pick up some branches and come back to light 2 bonfires. Let everyone rest. Remember, send a few people to take turns keeping watch." Second Master Chai instructed. He then turned to Han Yuan and said, "Immortal Master, please take a seat and rest." Okay. Han Yuan didn't sit down. Instead, he walked up to Feng Jiao and paced back and forth in front of him. Chapter 2033. The old man walked with his hands behind his back and stopped in front of Feng Jiao. He put on a look of an expert and said, "Little bastard, do you know that this old man is very powerful?" "Yes, I know." Feng Jiao simply nodded. Seeing him agree so easily, the old man's words were stuck in his throat. He glared and asked, "Do you really know? Do you know what kind of existence this old man is in the Nebula Immortal Sect?" "Yes, I know. It's the sect's Mount Tai," she said with a smile, which was a stark contrast to the old man's glare. "When the sect master sees this old man, he has to respectfully call me senior brother." He stroked his beard and said, looking like an expert, "Yes, I know." She nodded with a smile. "If you know, then why don't you accept me as your master?" He glared and said. Seeing him so persistent, Feng Jiao sighed. "I already have a master." "Your master? Who is it? Is it some old monster from the 4 great immortal sects?" He thought that such a good seedling's master should have some background. "You don't know my master." Feng Jiao shook his head. Her master Chu Baishan's corpse had been in the secret underwater palace for decades. But in the lower continents, the older generation knew that he was a famous figure. But in the upper reaches, it would be strange if they knew him. This old man doesn't know him? Hearing this, Han Yuan was startled. He said with a strange look, "This old man doesn't know anyone who is a nobody. Could it be that your master doesn't have a big background? Just a small figure?" Feng Jiao smiled. No matter what kind of person he is still a person. The world is so big, and there are so many hidden experts. Senior dares to say that you know all of them? Hearing this, the old man choked and was speechless. There were many hidden experts. Of course, he didn't know any of them. However, how could this sly and mischievous kid be the disciple of some hidden expert? The two of them chatted here and there. The people on the other side had already lit a fire and called the two of them over. The old man walked back to the fire with his hands behind his back and sat down, while Feng Jiao leaped onto a tree and leaned against a branch to rest. "Xiao Jiao, aren't you going to come down and warm yourself up by the fire and eat something?" Chai Feng asked as he approached the tree. "No need. I have food here," Feng Jiao said from the tree and took a sip of wine. Seeing this, Chai Feng took out his rations and threw them to the tree. "Here, catch this. This is for you." Feng Jiao caught it and said, "Thanks." Chai Feng smiled, and walked back to the bonfire to chat with the others. Fengjiu closed her eyes and rested. She felt a slight movement on the branch and opened her eyes. She saw that Zhui Junyue was leaning against a branch not far away, holding his sword with both hands and squinting his eyes. Seeing this, she looked away and went back to sleep. She thought that she could have a good night's rest. Unexpectedly, she heard some movement in the middle of the night. She opened her eyes and quickly sat up. At the same time, Zhui Junyue, who was on the same tree, opened his eyes and sat up. He glanced at Feng Nine and then looked around. Han Yuan, who was resting by the bonfire, had also noticed the movement. He instinctively looked at Fengjiu on the tree and was surprised to see that he had also woken up. This kid's vigilance isn't bad, he thought to himself as he kicked Fan Ishio and the others beside him. Chapter 2034. What are you doing, Marshal Granduncle? Get up. We're surrounded, the old man said angrily. Everyone in the Chai family was startled by his words. Surrounded? The Chai family members were on high alert. Why didn't the night watchman alert us? Second Master Chai used his divine sense to investigate, and his face turned serious. He's been killed. There was a faint smell of blood in the air, and a low and oppressive murderous aura permeated the air, making the night even colder. Everyone's hearts sank when they heard this. He was killed. He was killed without making a sound. What a powerful skill. What a brilliant assassination technique. To think that he didn't even make a single sound when he killed someone. Seeing that there was no movement around, Han Yuanzi signaled Second Master Chai to speak. Seeing this, Second Master Chai shouted in a deep voice, "Who is it? Come out." Hee, I didn't expect there to be one or two capable people in this inconspicuous team. A sneer was heard. That person's voice was cold, and his voice was filled with a powerful pressure. Almost as soon as the voice spread, the blood and chi of some of the weaker members of the Chai family started to churn. A faint feeling of discomfort appeared. Han Yuanzi frowned when he saw that some of them could no longer stand and bent down. He released a wave of pressure from his body and blocked the pressure that was coming towards them. His old voice was full of energy as he shouted, "Who are you? Come out." "Oh, it's Han Yuanzi from the Nebula Immortal Sect?" The voice was heard again. This time, a person walked out from the shadows. With the help of the night light and the two bonfires, they could clearly see that it was an old man in his 60s. He was clearly an old man, but he was wearing a dark red robe, which did not match his aged appearance at all. It was very strange. That person had the appearance of an old man, but his voice was that of a middle-aged man. He did not sound old at all. Right after that old man walked out, some people dressed in black appeared around him as well. Demonic cultivator. It's a demonic cultivator. The appearance of these people no longer concealed their aura. A dense and evil demonic aura spread out, causing everyone to involuntarily take a few steps back. Their sword-wielding hands trembled slightly. It was no wonder that they could kill the night watchman without making a sound. These people were all demonic cultivators. The aura that overflowed from their bodies made people's hearts tremble. Demonic cultivators were cruel and bloodthirsty. Demonic cultivators were the natural enemies of the Orthodox sects and all Orthodox cultivators. Similarly, all Orthodox cultivators were enemies of the demonic cultivators. As long as they encountered the demonic cultivators, regardless of whether there was a grudge between them or not, they would go on a killing spree. They were even more bloodthirsty and ruthless than the Scorpion mercenary group. They hadn't expected that they would still be targeted by a fiendish cultivator, even though they had been extremely careful along the way. Just when had they been targeted? They didn't even notice. Han Yuan stared at the old man and frowned. "You're one of the Demon Lord's 10 subordinates, Blood Demon." His tone was firm, and it was clear that he recognized the old man. "Hee, Han Yuan, Immortal Lord, you have good eyes." Chapter 2035. Fengjiu, who was on the tree, narrowed her eyes. She quietly looked at the demonic cultivators walking out from the shadows below. She did not expect to encounter demonic cultivators here. What a surprise. The Blood Demon, one of the 10 demons under the Demon Venerable? Was it this old man in red? She recalled the information collected by the Phoenix Guards. It had indeed mentioned that there were 10 powerful demonic cultivators under the demon Venerable, and one of them was the Blood Demon. It had also mentioned that the Blood Demon was very easy to recognize because he liked to wear dark red robes. Moreover, he had once suffered from chi deviation during cultivation and had to suck human blood as nourishment. Otherwise, his appearance would become that of an old man. It seemed that he was the person below. The news she had received was that Han Rong would come to the fire forest. She did not expect the Blood Demon to come as well. According to the information, the Blood Demon had the strength of a peak immortal sage. Why was he here? Was Han Rong here as well? Her heart skipped a beat. Her gaze swept past the people below. When her gaze landed on a black-robed man beside the Blood Demon, her eyes flashed. Han Rong. He was wearing the same black robes as the other demonic cultivators. However, unlike the other demonic cultivators, he was wearing a half-mask. However, that half-mask was not difficult to recognize for someone like her who had wanted to kill him for a long time. Killing intent rose in her heart. Even though her aura did not leak out, her momentary change still attracted the attention of Zhui Junyue, who was on the same tree. He glanced sideways, and his gaze landed on the green-robed young man. Doubt flashed across his eyes. Was it his imagination? He actually saw a flash of killing intent on the young man. I didn't expect that there would be a Han Yuan immortal lord in this small group. What a surprise. The Blood Demon chuckled. However, his voice was sinister and somewhat ear-piercing. I've long wanted to experience the immortal lord's Han Yuan 8 trigrams palm. Today, I've met you. Han Yuan immortal lord, how about we exchange a few blows? The sinister voice was filled with excitement and eagerness. Although it was a question, it was clear that he was determined to fight Han Yuan Z. Master Han Yuan calmly glanced at the surrounding black-clothed demonic cultivators before his wise eyes landed on the Blood Demon. He said, "There are plenty of people who want to fight with this old man. Unfortunately, this old man doesn't easily show his primeval 8 trigrams palm. If you want to fight with me, sure, but there's a condition." Hearing this, the Blood Demon chuckled and asked with interest, "Immortal Monarch, please tell me. I'll fight you with the primeval chaos 8 trigrams palm. If I win, you can't touch anyone here. You must take your people and leave this old man's sight." Han Yuan said in a deep voice. When everyone heard Primordial Chaos's words, their hearts warmed. He wanted to protect them and keep them alive. After all, if they were to engage in a chaotic battle with these demonic cultivators, only a handful of them would be able to survive. However, the other party was a demonic cultivator. If they lost, would they really leave with their people? Everyone thought to themselves. They felt uneasy, nervous, and worried. Chapter 2036. Everyone was a little surprised when they heard this, but after giving it some thought, they realized that they were just insignificant figures. It was understandable that the Blood Devil looked down on them. Han Yuanzi also felt that the others were insignificant to the Blood Demon. Since he had made such an offer, the Blood Demon was a respectable person and would not go back on his word. Therefore, he waved his hand and signaled for everyone to retreat. The Blood Devil's eyes flickered with excitement. He also raised his hand to signal the surrounding devil cultivators to retreat, leaving the whole place empty. 2 figures, one righteous and one evil, surged their chi, causing 2 powerful chi and pressure to spread out in the surroundings. Even in the night, the red chi emitted from the Blood Devil's body was very obvious. It was as red as blood and was filled with devil chi, causing people to tremble in fear. He wasn't holding a weapon in his hand, but his hands were rotating in front of him. A red devil force formed into a rolling energy ball that whistled through the air. On the opposite side, Han Yuanzi took a step forward, bent his waist slightly, and waved his hands. The chi in the air formed into a white 8 trigrams. When the devil cultivator waved his hands to attack the rolling energy ball, the 8 trigrams chi in his hand struck out. Almost in an instant, when the 2 streams of air rushed out, they collided with each other with a rumbling sound. The powerful air wave instantly knocked down the surrounding trees, and the surrounding grass was pushed outwards by this wave of air. The space expanded again, and two figures, one red and one gray, quickly swept out without saying a word. Whoosh! Bang! Two visible chi streams, one red and one white, flew out along with their attacks. The sharp sound of the chi streams was like a sharp blade, causing the surrounding people to be dumbfounded. This was a battle between experts. The speed of their attacks was so fast that they couldn't even see their moves. The speed of their movements and the surging of the chi streams made them feel inconceivable. Among the people present, the second Master Chai family had already broken through the flying immortal realm and entered the immortal realm, becoming an early-stage immortal sage expert. Blood Devil, on the other hand, was at the peak of the immortal sage realm. He was only one step away from entering the immortal venerable realm. His strength was so strong that no one dared to underestimate him, especially when Primal Origin was an immortal venerable. The fact that he dared to challenge Primal Origin showed that he was very confident in his own strength. Even though the two of them were clearly at different levels of strength, the Blood Demon showed no signs of being defeated. This made him worried. If the Hunyuan Immortal Lord was defeated by the Blood Demon, all of them would probably die. Fengjiu sat on the tree and watched the battle. The old man was an intermediate immortal venerable. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be defeated by the Blood Devil. However, the Blood Devil had surprised him. Although the Blood Devil's cultivation base was one grade lower than the old man's, he was still able to fight with the old man. This showed that the Blood Devil's combat strength was incredible. If this continued, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose. Seeing Fengjiu staring at them with a pensive expression, Zhuo Junyue thought that he was worried and whispered, "Don't worry. That Blood Demon is no match for the old man. He hasn't used his 8 trigrams fist yet." Chapter 2037. The 8 trigrams fist is his famous fist technique. This fist technique is unpredictable and unpredictable. When he punches, it's as if he's trying to stop a horse. When he punches, it's as if he's wading in water. He moves like a dragon and flips like an eagle. He wins through ingenuity. Most of the time, he doesn't show it to others easily. When he uses the 8 trigrams fist, very few people can match him, Zhuo Junyue said slowly as he watched the two fight below. Fengjiu's eyes flickered. Why did it sound so similar to the I Tai Chi fist? Just as she was thinking, she heard a low shout from below. "Blood Demon, take my fist." Hun Yuanzi let out a low growl and changed his fist technique. His movement technique also followed suit, and his footsteps also changed. She was slightly surprised. The 8 trigrams fist was indeed similar to Tai Chi. When Blood Demon saw the change in his fist, he was delighted. "Ha ha ha! You're finally using the 8 trigrams fist? Then let me have a taste of your 8 trigrams fist." His speed increased again. He clenched his fist and punched out. A powerful airflow followed his fist. When the two fists collided, a red and a white airflow collided. The airflow on their bodies did not give way to each other. As their fists collided, their feet did not idle and attacked each other. His fists changed again, and the wind from his fist changed. His footwork was as smooth as flowing water as he punched out with both fists. The two fists struck Bloodseeker's chest and abdomen with a force that was too late to cover one's ears. The hidden force contained in the fists forced Bloodseeker to retreat more than 10 meters, and he let out a muffled groan. Blood Demon's feet rubbed against the ground to slow his retreat. 2 long marks were left on the ground. Blood chi rushed up to his throat. He felt a salty taste in his mouth and knew it was blood chi overflowing. In order to not let Hun Yuanzi look down on him, he swallowed the blood. The 8 trigrams fist is indeed extraordinary. Again, he stared at Hun Yuanzi with a sinister look. The corner of his mouth twitched, revealing a sinister smile. "Today, I'll use my Vajra 8 steps to defeat your 8 trigrams fist." Dream on, Hun Yuanzi snorted. "Not only is your fist technique inferior to mine, but your strength is also inferior to mine. You want to fight me? You better go back and train for another 10 or 20 years. With a single word of disagreement, the two of them began to fight again. because they had used all of their strength. A powerful pressure pervaded the surroundings, causing the entire air to be shrouded in a low and oppressive aura. About 10 moves later, the blood demon was hit by Master Huanyuan's fist again. This time, one could clearly hear the sound of his ribs breaking and blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Han Yuanzi snorted and put his hands on his hips, a smug look on his face. How about it? Didn't the old man say that you're not my match? Why aren't you taking your men and scramming back? Blood Demon raised his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the smug Han Yuan and revealed a strange smile. Is that so? I'm no match for you? Then let's try again. Again? This old man doesn't have the time to play with you again and again. Han Yuan frowned. He stared at Bloodseeker and threatened. If you don't take her away now, I'll most likely take your life this time. You better think it through. Chapter 2038. Seeing this, Han Yuanzi thought that since the blood demon insisted on fighting, he would take his life. As long as he died, the other demonic cultivators would not dare to attack when they saw that he was protecting this place. After making up his mind, he clenched his fists and rushed forward. However, this time, he was somewhat surprised. The target that he was supposed to hit flashed in front of him at the speed of light. He only had time to see the dark red figure flash past him. Then, he heard the blood demon's sinister laughter behind him. Eat my fist. Han Yuanzi quickly turned around and retreated. However, even if he turned around and retreated as fast as he could, he was still not as fast as the blood demon's fist. Watch out! Cries of alarm were heard at that moment. They came from Fengjiu, Junyue, and Second Master Chai. However, even though they had warned him, they were still a step too late. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of the fists landing on Master Huanyuan's body rang out with loud bangs. After the first punch landed, the next one followed closely behind. The blood demon chased after Master Han Yuan while he was retreating, and his fists landed heavily on Master Huanyuan's chest. Several punches were delivered in an instant, and they were so fast that no one would be able to react to them. However, Master Han Yuan was hit by those punches, and blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. His face was pale, and he staggered a little as he retreated. Finally, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed slightly as he fell backward. He wanted to stabilize himself, but found that he could not muster the strength to do so. Old man. Juanyue's face was cold as he came to his side. He supported the swaying Han Yuanzi and frowned at the blood demon. You cheated. Others might not have seen it, but he saw it. Not only did the blood demon use a feint to trick the old man, he also had sharp objects between his fingers when he punched. When the punches landed heavily on the old man's body, blood gradually seeped out of his chest. The blood was slowly turning black. Hee. Nothing is too deceitful in war. Moreover, we are demonic cultivators. You can't be so naive as to think that we will keep our promises like you so-called righteous people, right? The blood demon chuckled. His laughter was filled with mockery, as if he was mocking their stupidity. Despicable. Second Master Chai also cursed angrily. He had never expected these demonic cultivators to be so despicable and shameless. This blood devil was an immortal sage expert, but he actually used such a despicable method to win against primordial chaos. Blood Demon raised his head and laughed. Ha ha, so what if he was despicable? Now that Han Yuanzi has been struck by my fatal 7-step nail, he can't even protect himself. Do you think your end will be any better than his? Hearing this, Han Yuanzi's face turned livid with anger. Damn it, it was simply despicable and shameless. You guys, ugh, puff. When he moved his chi and blood flowed faster, and the poison in his body flared up even faster. When his chi and blood surged up, he spat out another mouthful of blood. However, the blood was already showing signs of turning black. You're angry just because she said a few words? So easily provoked? At some point, Fengjiu had already arrived by his side. He carelessly placed a hand on Han Yuanzi's back. Then, the silver needle between his fingers pierced into Han Yuanzi's body, sealing his meridians. Seeing that it was him, Han Yuanzi took a deep breath to suppress his anger. Chapter 2039. Feng Jiu glanced at him and raised his eyebrows. What are you trying to do? Don't tell me you're going to fight the blood demon. The old man had fallen for his trap. He would have been suicidal if he had stepped forward. Take care of him. Zhuo Junhua looked at the blood demon in front of him as he spoke. At the same time, Second Master Chai walked up and stood beside Zhuo Junhua. The blood demon laughed when he saw the two approaching. He looked at them mockingly and disdainfully. What are the two of you trying to do? The two of you are not worthy of my attention, nor are you worthy of my attention. However, since you want to die one by one, I have all the time in the world to play with you. He took a step back as he spoke and gestured for the two people beside him to step forward. Go and teach these two a lesson. Show them our strength. Yes, the two of them answered. They flew forward and unsheathed their long swords. Han Rong was still standing beside the blood demon. However, she was now looking at the young man in green. However, the people from the other families had surrounded them and blocked the figures of Han Yuanzi and the young man in green. They could not see what they were doing. Feng Jiu was helping Han Yuanzi check his wounds. When he lifted his shirt, he saw the wounds caused by the sharp nails on his gloves. Feng Jiu's eyes narrowed slightly. He treated the wounds while he spoke mercilessly. Old man, didn't you say you were very powerful? How could you be injured like this by someone weaker than you? Look at you now. Do you look anything like the immortal sex Mount Tai? As the poison in his body flared up, the old man's aura gradually weakened. When he heard Feng Jiu's words, he replied unwillingly, I was careless. Who would have thought that the blood demon would be so shameless? He couldn't beat me, so he resorted to underhanded means. If I were him, I would have done the same. Only you would follow the rules when dealing with a demonic cultivator. Feng Jiu sneered. He took out a pill and stuffed it into the old man's mouth. Where did this come from? Let me have a look. When he took out the pill, he smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. Just as he was about to check what grade the pill was, he was forced into his mouth. He only felt the pill slide down his throat, and a cool aura flowed through his body. Immortal Monarch is so heavily injured, and we're surrounded by demonic cultivators. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape. A disciple beside him said, his face filled with unconcealable worry. Chai Feng stood beside Feng Jiu and asked hopefully, Xiao Jiu, do you have any other ideas? What can I do? These devil cultivators are not easy to deal with. She curled her lips and pricked his 10 fingers to force out the poison, saying, Old man, you owe me a life. How long will it take to recover? Han Yuan asked, worried about the battle ahead. Feng Jiu glanced at him. Do you think you can fight again after the poison is cured? Forget it. It's good enough that you didn't die. You took a few punches from a blood demon, and each of them hit your chest. Even if you take the pill, you won't be able to recover in a short time. I'm worried that they won't be a match for those demonic cultivators, especially with the blood demon. Even if all of you work together, you won't be a match for the blood demon. As Han Yuan spoke, he clutched his chest and tried to stand up. Chapter 2040. But how could Han Yuan calm himself down to regulate his breathing? If he couldn't fight, wouldn't they be at the mercy of others? There's still a pill here. Keep it and eat it. Feng Jiu gave him a pill bottle, then stood up and walked forward. The two demonic cultivators in front of them were no match for Zhuo Junhua and Second Master Chai. After a brief battle, both demonic cultivators were injured. One of them even had his arm cut off by Zhuo Junhua. The thick smell of blood permeated the air. The blood demon narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at Zhuo Junhua. I didn't expect you to have some skills. The two demonic cultivators covered their wounds and retreated. They stared at the two of them viciously. Zhuo Junhua turned his sword and pointed it at the ground. He didn't say anything and just stared at the blood demon cautiously. Feng Jiu walked forward and glanced at the demonic cultivators. Her gaze naturally swept past Han Rong. She smiled inwardly when she saw him staring at her. No matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to guess who she was. This time, she wouldn't let him escape. Han Rong looked at the young man in green. The more he looked at him, the more he felt that there was something wrong with him. However, he couldn't put his finger on it. Thus, he moved closer to the blood demon and whispered a few words to him. After hearing Han Rong's whisper, the blood demon looked at Feng Jiu playfully. Oh, what's so special about this kid? Why can't I tell? Han Rong looked at the young man in green and said in a low voice, "This young man doesn't seem to be afraid. His expression is calmer than the others. I feel that something is wrong. However, his cultivation is only at the gold core stage. I can't tell what is wrong." "Is that so? Since there's something wrong, why don't you test him?" The blood demon glanced at him and said. Han Rong froze when he heard this. However, he could only reply, "Yes." He walked forward and looked at the young man in green. He drew his sword and pointed it forward. "You come out." Feng Jiu raised an eyebrow when she saw the sword pointed at her. "You're calling me?" She took a step forward, but was stopped by Zhuo Junyue. "Go back." Zhuo Junyue frowned as he looked at Feng Jiu. He raised his hand and stepped in front of Feng Jiu. Seeing this, Feng Jiu smiled. "He's pointing his sword at me. How can I dodge?" One had to know that she had been looking for an opportunity to kill Han Rong. Now that the opportunity had presented itself to her, how could she let it go so easily? Zhuo Junyue frowned as he watched Feng Nine walk out from behind him. She walked forward step by step. "You want to fight me? I accept." She smiled and squinted her eyes. Looking at this scene, Han Yuan was somewhat worried and couldn't help but yell, "Little bastard, come back here." Everyone from the Chai family, as well as Fan Yixio and the others, were shocked. What was Xiao Jio trying to do? He was only in the Golden Core realm. Did he want to die? Compared to the worry of Master Han Yuan and the others, Han Rong looked at the azure-robed young man slowly walking over. Not only was he not afraid, he even gave him a mysterious smile. Seeing that smile, Han Rong felt a bit strange. Who was this young man? Why did he give off such a dangerous feeling? Chapter 2041. Seeing the youth's sudden smile, the devilish charm on his lips, and the glint in his eyes when he narrowed them, Han Rong's heart skipped a beat. He pointed his sword at the youth and shouted, "Who the hell are you? You'll know soon enough." Feng Jiu said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure had already dashed out. His movements were so fast that it was inconceivable. She did not use any weapons, but the moment she attacked, it was a sure kill move, aiming straight for the opponent's fatal spot. Whoosh! A gust of wind followed her figure as she dashed out. Her extremely fast movements and sure kill moves attracted everyone's attention. Even Han Rong could not react to Feng Jiu's sudden attack. He hurriedly dodged, but no matter how fast he dodged, he still felt a piercing pain on his neck. After quickly retreating, he suddenly looked at the youth. At the same time, he touched the wound on his neck and his eyes widened in shock. You're before he could finish speaking, he saw the youth in green raise his eyebrows in surprise. His lips curled into a devilish smile. However, that smile did not reach his eyes. At the same time, the green figure attacked him again. Every step was filled with killing intent. Every move was filled with killing intent. It was aimed right at his face. His heart was filled with shock and horror. Feng Jiu. This youth must be the ghost, Dr. Feng Jiu. It's that woman. He hated her to the core. He had all the information on her movements, her attacks, and everything about her in his hands. That devilish smile, that terrifying glint in her eyes, and that strange movement. There was no one else other than Feng Jiu. However, he did not even have the chance to call out her identity. She closed in on him step by step, and her killing intent overwhelmed him. Damn it! He knew it was him. Whoosh! A sharp chi flowed out from Feng Jiu's hand and slashed across Han Rong's arm. That was the chi of the saber aura, which was extremely sharp. With one slash, a deep wound appeared on Han Rong's arm. Blood gushed out and quickly soaked his clothes. Even though he was wearing a mask, it was obvious that his face was pale, his lips were trembling, and his eyes were filled with fear and shock. His panicked expression was seen by everyone, but no one could guess the reason for it. Although the green-robed youth's movement technique was amazing, he had only displayed the strength of a gold core stage cultivator. Although the blood demon found it strange, he felt that if Han Rong did not even have the ability to deal with a gold core stage cultivator, then she was too useless. Moreover, he didn't have a good impression of Han Rong. Even if Han Rong died here, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit of regret. At this moment, seeing that the young man in green was able to injure him and even forced him to a dead end, he was somewhat interested. Hiss! Ah! Han Rong sucked in a breath of cold air and screamed. His knees bent, and he fell forward pathetically to the ground. The back of his right leg had been stabbed, and fresh blood flowed out. It was so painful that his entire leg was twitching. When the surrounding demonic cultivators saw this scene, their eyes flashed. However, the blood demon did not ask them to help. They just stood there and watched. After all, it was Han Rong, and not them who had been forced into a dead end. Chapter 2042. The number of wounds on his body increased one after another. He had narrowly escaped death time and time again, and this made him tremble with fear, but he also felt ashamed and angry. That damnable Feng Jiao. She seemed to be able to kill him with every move, but she was able to injure him 70% without directly taking his life. She was playing him like a monkey. Did she want to watch him bleed to death? Did she want to torture him before he died? Damn it. He wouldn't let her have her way. He thought fiercely. Since the blood demon and the others didn't want to save him, he would drag Feng Jiao down with him even if he had to die. Thinking of this, he clenched his teeth and mobilized the spiritual power in his body. He was going to use all his strength to fight Feng Jiao. However, Feng Jiao seemed to have seen through his intentions. Before he could attack, she had already rushed toward him. The dagger in her hand flashed coldly and slashed toward his throat. Swish! The dangerous slash left a shallow wound on his neck. The fear of death and the other party's teasing made him furious. He glared at her. I'll be ruthless with you. Hearing this, Feng Jiao sneered. So he didn't want to be ruthless with her? He was clearly anxious. Seeing the wounds all over his body open up, except for the wound on his neck, every cut was so deep that the bone could be seen. She felt that it was about time. This Han Rong was also pushed to the edge by her. The killing intent in her heart stirred. Her figure flashed, and the blade of the dagger pierced towards his lifeline. The blood demon, who had been watching, saw the murderous intent contained in the green-robed young man's blade. He could not help but look at Han Rong, who had stepped forward and revealed a sinister smile. His sinister voice rang out at this moment. Not just anyone can kill the people under my command. As the blood demon spoke, he flicked his hand, and a stream of air attacked from his hand. He wanted to knock away the dagger in Feng Jiao's hand. However, at that moment, Feng Jiao threw the dagger in her hand into the air. She rushed forward and dodged the blood demon's attack. After catching the dagger, she turned around and stabbed it toward Han Rong's chest. Swish! In! The sharp aura of the blade spread out. With a muffled groan, Han Rong stepped back. He glared at Feng Jiao with unwillingness and hatred. He clutched his chest with one hand to stop the blood from gushing out. He was unwilling to fall. Just as the blood demon was surprised that Han Rong was able to dodge his attack, he saw Han Rong try to escape with his nascent soul after falling to the ground. A strange light flashed through the blood demon's eyes. He thought about how Han Rong's body was so heavily injured. If he didn't escape with his nascent soul, he might really die here today. Just as he was thinking about it, his nascent soul flew out from the body. However, just as the nascent soul escaped, the youth jumped up and tried to grab the nascent soul. Seeing this, he once again tried to stop the youth from killing the nascent soul. However, just as he sent out a gust of wind, the youth dodged to the side and waved his hand, letting out a roar, "Eat him." Feng Jiao's cold voice came out. She waved her sleeve, and a ray of light flew out. It instantly turned into a fierce beast and swallowed the nascent soul. Roar. Chapter 2043. This sudden scene had already stunned everyone. Whether it was the demonic cultivators or the people on Han Yuan's side, all of them had their mouths wide open as they stared at the youth in green, only feeling that it was inconceivable. The majestic and mighty cloud-swallowing beast was already at the level of sacred beast. At this moment, it stood obediently beside the youth, smacking its lips as if it was recalling the taste of the nascent soul that it had just swallowed. As for the youth in green, his temperament and aura seemed to have changed in an instant. The originally simple and honest youth was now filled with a devilish and wanton aura. The night wind gently blew, blowing his hair, allowing them to see the corners of the youth's lips curl up slightly, as well as the languid and arrogant voice that came from his mouth. If I want to kill someone, no one will be able to escape. Fengjiu's chin was slightly raised. Her eyebrows were full of wanton and arrogance. At this moment, she no longer restrained her aura, that noble temperament, that powerful aura that had been in a high position for a long time, naturally flowed out. There were only corpses left on the ground, and the nascent soul that had tried to escape had already been swallowed by the sacred beast. The surroundings were silent. Only the sound of breathing and the rustling of the leaves on the ground being blown by the wind could be heard. This kid has hidden his strength, Han Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, muttered with his eyes wide open. There was actually a time when he had misjudged. This kid's skills and strength, most likely, were far more than what they saw now. No wonder he was unwilling to acknowledge him as his master. So it was because he himself had such strength and a contracted beast. A sacred beast? TSK, not simple. Seeing this, Zhuojun's eyes flashed with surprise. No wonder he had always felt that this youth gave him a very strange feeling. So it was because of this, to be able to have such a sacred beast. How could his cultivation be only at the golden core stage? That meant he had suppressed his strength? The people of the Chai family were also dumbfounded. That simple and honest-looking Xiao Jio actually had such a ferocious and powerful contracted beast? That was a sacred beast, right? Fan Ishio was also shocked as he looked at the green-clothed youth. This youth had been very low-key along the way, but had saved them twice. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that the person just now was the one who had smiled and called him Big Brother Fan. How could such a person be a member of the Chai family? At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder. As for the people from the Chai clan, after recovering from their shock, they thought that the Nebula Immortal Sect was truly a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Even Xiao Jio, this seemingly honest and thin youth, actually had such ability and had such a powerful contract beast, as expected of one of the 4 great immortal sects. The blood demon looked at the sacred beast, and the interest in his eyes grew stronger. He stared at the young man and saw that the young man's cultivation level was still at the golden core stage. However, because he did not restrain his chi, he could faintly see that he was different from before. This made him curious. Who exactly was this young man? Who are you? Chapter 2044. Why do you care who I am? Fengjiu glanced around and snorted. Are you going to take your men away? Or do you want to fight me? It's up to you. But let me tell you, I'm not as easy to deal with as the old man. Hun Yuanzi, who was sitting cross-legged at the back, heard this and his mouth twitched. What did he mean by not as easy to deal with as the old man? Did he mean that the old man was inferior to him? This little rascal was indeed a little rascal. He didn't know how to respect the old at all. Hearing Fengjiu's words, the blood demon laughed and looked at him with interest. Do you think you're qualified to fight me? Fengjiu smiled. You could try whether I'm qualified or not. Do you want to fight one-on-one or in a group battle? It's up to you. In a one-on-one fight, she might not be a match for the blood demon. If it was a group battle, she could let the contracted beast in her space come out and exercise. Although the Fire Phoenix didn't come this time, both Tun Yun and Lao Bai were not weak. Seeing the arrogance and confidence between the young man's brows, the blood demon laughed sinisterly. Since you've killed my men, I should come and meet you. I want to see how capable you are. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark red figure flashed past like a ghost. His hand turned into a claw and grabbed at Fengjiu. Fengjiu still held the dagger in his hand. With a twist of his hand, the dagger glinted with a sharp light and stabbed at the claw. Seeing this, the blood demon immediately changed his claw into a palm. The wind from his palm hit Fengjiu's hand that was holding the dagger. She turned around and dodged. While her footwork changed, she didn't stop attacking. The two of them exchanged blows. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. Not to mention that the blood demon's battle experience was not something that Fengjiu could compare to. His strength and cultivation were not something that ordinary people could deal with. Once the pressure of an expert was released, it would be difficult for weaker people to even straighten their backs in front of him. However, this young man could fight the blood demon without the slightest fear of his celestial sage aura. What did this mean? It meant that this young man's strength was not inferior to his. Freak! What a freakish monster! His bone age was so young, yet he had the same strength as an old monster? What kind of cultivation speed was this? It was too heaven-defying. No wonder that devil cultivator from before couldn't resist at all. No wonder that devil cultivator didn't hesitate to use his nascent soul to escape in order to find a way out. How could the blood demon, who was fighting with Fengjiu? He did not know what kind of thoughts had appeared in his mind, but he suddenly took a few steps back and stared at the young boy in front of him. He saw that the young boy had a delicate and handsome face, and there was a hint of confidence and coldness between his brows. His eyes were very beautiful, and the light in his eyes was sharp and intimidating. Looking at the young boy again, although his body was thin, it seemed that he had not yet grown up. If his body grew up in another 2 years, he could be a well-built young boy. Chapter 2045. Fengjiu frowned when he saw the blood demon suddenly retreat and look at her with that gaze. His expression turned cold. She was all too familiar with that gaze. The person who looked at her with that gaze didn't see her as a person, but as an object. Brat, the more I look at you, the more I like you. How about you come on my side? I can promise you a bright future. The blood demon said with a smile. He thought that if he smiled, he would look amiable. However, he didn't know that it would have been better if he didn't smile. His smile made him look even stranger. Fengjiu sneered. But I don't like you. You're already so old, yet you're still wearing red. You're such an eyesore. The blood demon's eyes narrowed, and a sinister look flashed through his eyes. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then don't blame me for being impolite. Today, whether you're willing or not, you're mine. With that, the dark red figure attacked Fengjiu. Fengjiu's eyes turned cold, and spiritual power surged from his body as he rushed forward. Seeing the two fighting, Hun Yuan was so angry that he cursed. Old bastard, you perverted old bastard. What do you mean by whether you're willing or not? I never thought that this old thing was such a perverted thing. The others were also bewildered when they heard the blood demon's words. Did the blood demon take a liking to Fengjiu? Could it be that an old guy like the blood demon was also a homosexual? For a moment, everyone looked at the two people in front of them with strange expressions, and they forgot to fear their current situation. Only Zhuo Junyue pondered after hearing the blood demon's words. He didn't think that the blood demon would have such thoughts. He should be thinking, seeing the youth's outstanding skills and cultivation. A thought flashed through his mind. He wanted to possess him. He wanted to keep Fengjiu by his side so that he could possess him when his lifespan was nearing its end. Thinking of this, his gaze darkened, and he pursed his lips as he looked at the scene in front of him. He wondered if Fengjiu had a chance to win. If he lost to the blood demon, no one here would be able to escape. Fengjiu would also fall into his hands and become his pet. Just as he was thinking, he heard a loud bang. He looked up and saw that the green-robed youth, Fengjiu, had been pushed back by the blood demon. He staggered back a dozen steps. Seeing this scene, his heart sank. Just as he was about to go forward, he was stopped by the old man. Junyue, come here, Hun Yuanzi called out in a deep voice. He frowned as he looked at the scene in front of him. There was a thoughtful look in his wise eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Junyue looked back at him, and then at Feng Nine in front of him. He then walked up to him and asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" This old man, the blood demon, used the Vajra seven-step fist against the youth. How could the youth withstand it? The Vajra seven-step fist was the blood demon's famous martial technique. Hun Yuan glanced at him and said, "You're not even as strong as that little bastard. Don't go up and cause trouble for him. Just watch from the side." "You think he can handle it?" Zhuo Junyue asked with a frown. "That is hard to say." Chapter 2046. Zhuo Junyue was very surprised to hear this. This was indirectly admitting that the little bastard cultivation was very strong. If he could even defeat the blood demon, then there was no need for him to take him as his master. If it wasn't for the scene in front of him, even if the little bastard himself told him that he was so strong that he didn't need to take him as his master, he wouldn't believe it. He can't deal with the blood demon's Vajra, 7 steps fist. As Zhuo Junyue spoke, he looked at the youth who was retreating under the blood demon's attacks with a trace of worry in his eyes. Seeing that Fengjiu's attacks were suppressed by the blood demon's Vajra 7 steps fist, Master Hun Yuan was also worried, so he began to complain. This brat, I told him to take me as his master, but he didn't listen. Tell me, with his talent, if he took me as his master and learned my 8 trigrams fist, why would he be afraid of the blood demon? I'll go help him. Zhuo Junyue spoke and was about to go forward, but he was pulled back by the old man. Wait, look, that little bastard's posture seems to have changed. The old man pulled Zhuo Junyue with one hand and looked at the youth who was forced back by the blood demon's Vajra, 7 steps fist. Zhuo Junyue's eyes flashed as he looked forward. Indeed, after the young man was pushed back again, his aura and posture had changed. After he was pushed back, he squatted down and placed his palms together. With one hand lowered and the other raised, he stared at the blood demon. His aura had been completely restrained by his posture, making it difficult for the young man to understand what was going on. However, when the youth took a step forward, his originally lightning-fast steps became as light as a cat's steps. At the same time, his hands moved and his spirit force surged. The blood demon clenched his fist and let out a roar. A Vajra 7 steps fist containing 500 kilograms of force was thrown at him. However, the youth moved slowly and nimbly to the side. He nimbly grabbed the blood demon's hand and used the force to push back the 500 kilograms of force. Bang! With a bang, Bloodseeker was pushed back more than 20 meters. He crashed into a large tree behind him and let out a muffled groan. The tree he was leaning against broke with a crack, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. With a gloomy gaze, he looked at the young man who was leisurely moving his hands. He watched as the young man gathered the surrounding spiritual aura between his hands, forming a circle that was visible to the naked eye. What fist technique is this? Blood Demon asked in a gloomy voice. He raised his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His 1,000 pounds of strength was actually deflected back by him with little effort. How could there be such a powerful technique in this world? Hun Yuanzi's eyes widened when he saw this. He stared at Fengjiu in shock and jumped up from the ground. He grabbed Zhuo Junyue's shoulder tightly, and his face flushed with excitement. This is Tai Chi. Fengjiu glanced back at Hun Yuanzi and smiled wickedly. It is Tai Chi. Tai Chi. Blood Demon frowned. Tai Chi and 8 trigrams are one family. Why did he feel that it was similar to 8 trigrams? Tai Chi. It's Tai Chi. Chapter 2047. I don't care if you're Tai Chi or 8 trigrams. I don't believe that I can't take you down today. He shouted in a gloomy voice and took a step forward. His fist carried a fierce hidden force as he swung it at Fengjiu. Tai Chi. Using softness to overcome strength. Using stillness to overcome strength. Using weakness to overcome strength. Fengjiu's gentle voice came out of her mouth. As she spoke, her movements and body technique changed. Although her movements seemed slow, she easily avoided the blood demon's Vajra, 7 steps. Her body technique was as beautiful as moving clouds and flowing water. It was natural and smooth, and her body coordination was excellent. It was this set of fist techniques that didn't seem to have much strength that suppressed the blood demon's Vajra, 7 steps again and again. The surrounding people were stunned. Hun Yuanzi, in particular, was the most agitated. He unconsciously tightened his grip on Zhuo Junyue's shoulder, causing Zhuo Junyue to feel some pain. He frowned and turned to look at the red-faced old man. Take your hand away. Tai Chi. Look, it's Tai Chi. This little bastard. How can this little bastard know Tai Chi? Which old monster taught him? He acted as if he didn't hear anything and spoke excitedly. He couldn't help but feel satisfied when he saw the blood demon miserably dodging the Tai Chi. Well done. Beat him. Beat him hard. Beat that shameless old thing to death. He cheered from the side. He was full of energy, and his ruddy face shocked the demonic cultivators. Wasn't Hunyuanzi poisoned? With the blood demon's poison, people in the future would die within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Even if this old man had a cultivation base to protect his body, it was impossible for him to be fine and still have a ruddy face, right? What was going on? Was the poison ineffective on him? Or was he cured of the poison? If Hunyuanzi wasn't poisoned, it would be difficult for them to take the lives of those people. Just as everyone was pondering, they saw a surge of spiritual energy in front of the green-robed young man form a Tai Chi and fiercely attack the blood demon. With a bang, the blood demon was sent flying dozens of meters away. Pooh! When his body flew out, Blood Demon coughed out a mouthful of blood. He helped himself up, but he didn't go forward. Instead, he put on the sharp gloves on his fingers and charged forward. Feng Jio let out a loud roar and charged at Feng Jio as if he was flying. He seemed to have activated his true chi and was ready to fight with his life on the line. However, when his fist was about to hit Feng Jio, he suddenly pulled out a long sword from his sleeve and attacked Feng Jio. A sharp sword aura was released, and the sword aura was threatening. Despicable. Everyone from the Chai family was shocked and cursed angrily. Their hearts were also in their mouths. In terms of weapons, Xiao Jiu was probably not his opponent. Moreover, Xiao Jiu did not have a weapon in his hand, only the dagger that he had previously hidden in his boot. This shameless old thing. He can't beat me, so he wants to play dirty. Hunyuanzi also cursed angrily. Zhuo Junyue frowned and wanted to go forward, but he saw that the old man's hand was still on his shoulder. He looked back at him and said, "Do you want to watch him die?" Chapter 2048. The old man gestured for Feng Jio to look ahead. Just as the blood demon's long sword was about to reach him, Feng Jio dodged to the side, and a green light flashed. At that moment, they did not see what it was. They only heard the clang of the sword and the blade. Clang! Whoosh! The sword light refracted, and the sword chi surged. At the same time, a groan was heard, and a trace of the smell of blood spread. The two figures exchanged several blows in an instant, and the clang of the sword and the blade was heard. The air was filled with powerful spiritual auras and coercion. The two of them were so fast that no one could clearly see the swords in their hands or their sword moves until a powerful airflow was knocked away and the two figures retreated. The long sword was pointed to the ground, and the green figure stood against the wind. At this moment, everyone could see the sword in the youth's hand. The Qing Feng sword. Hunyuanzi and Second Master Chai exclaimed at the same time. They recognized the Qing Feng sword. It was said that this sword was an ancient divine sword. However, this ancient divine sword had disappeared for many years. How could it suddenly appear again, and in the hands of such a youth? Zhuo Junyue looked at the young man holding the green sword, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. His expression changed for a moment, but it was so fast that people thought it was an illusion. He pursed his lips and looked quietly at the sword in the young man's hand that was glowing with a green light. The blade was sharp and cold, and the body of the sword was suffused with a green light. Before anyone could get close, they could feel the sharp sword chi. This was the ancient divine sword, the Qing Feng sword. Unlike the others, the blood demon was shocked when he saw the Qing Feng sword in the youth's hand. However, he was not shocked by the Qing Feng sword in the youth's hand. He was shocked by the youth's identity. "You're Feng Jio. You're Feng Jio, the ghost doctor. You're a girl." 3 consecutive affirmations came out of his mouth, and every single one of them carried monstrous rage, shock, and astonishment. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared believe that this handsome young man before him was the renowned ghost Dr. Feng Jio in the lower continent. Damn it! He had wanted to capture him and trap him by his side so that he could take over his young body in the future, but now he knew that the young man he had his eyes on was actually a woman. When he was still the ghost Dr. Feng Jio that even the demon lord was wary of, one could imagine how he felt. Ever since they were involved in the matter of destroying his Phoenix dynasty, they had turned the tables around and destroyed 2 dynasties with lightning speed, shocking the other powers in the lower reaches of the continent. In a short period of time, they had even united the powers in the lower reaches of the continent, making it impossible for them to attack. This ghost, Dr. Fengjiu, had even been repeatedly warned by the demon lord not to provoke her. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that they would actually meet her again in this fire forest? At this moment, she thought of the method she used to kill Han Rong. She thought of how she only attacked Han Rong. Even when Han Rong escaped with her nascent soul, she still did not let her off. She finally understood. So she was Fengjiu. She was the ghost Dr. Fengjiu. WH what? What ghost Dr. Fengjiu? What girl? Chapter 2049. However, the old man's voice was clearly weak when he spoke, as if he lacked confidence. He stared at Fengjiu with a strange expression, sizing him up again and again. No one knew what he was thinking, but his expression was very strange. The others also looked in front of them in astonishment. Why did the blood demon say that Fengjiu was a woman? Wasn't he a man? That couldn't be right. Juanyue's gaze shifted slightly as he looked Fengjiu up and down, deep in thought. Fanny Xiu was also stunned. A woman? That couldn't be right. No matter how you look at him, he's still a young man. Even if he's a little handsome, he has nothing to do with being a woman. There's no trace of a woman's shyness or bashfulness on Fengjiu's body. How could he be a woman? Furthermore, they've been quite familiar with each other all this time. If he were a woman, how could they not recognize him? The blood demon ignored them. He cautiously took a step back and stared at the smiling young man in front of him. His embarrassment turned into anger as he shouted, "The great ghost Dr. Fengjiu has disguised herself as a man. It's one thing, but you've even changed your appearance and disguised yourself like this. What? Are you ashamed of yourself?" Unfortunately, he couldn't tell that this young man was a woman and still wanted to possess him. He really didn't dare to imagine what would happen if he, a dignified blood demon, was trapped in a woman's body. However, when he thought of this, he took a deep breath. His opponent was the ghost Dr. Fengjiu, someone who even the demon sovereign feared. How could he be so easily captured? He had thought too simply of the situation. Fengjiu twirled the emerald-edged sword in her hand and raised her eyes to look at the blood demon. Her lips curled into a smile that wasn't quite a smile. "I didn't think that the great blood demon would know of me. I'm truly honored. Fengjiu, I know your target was Han Rong. Now that Han Rong is dead, the enmity between us is over. I won't fuss about it with you today." As he spoke, the blood devil retreated step by step, and at the same time, he waved his hand to signal the other devil cultivators to retreat. Fengjiu didn't give chase as she watched the blood demon retreat. She just stood there and watched. At the same time, a cold voice mixed with spiritual energy came from her mouth. "Tell your demon sovereign that one day I will flatten your demon palace." Hearing this, the blood demon felt a lump in his throat. He turned around and stared at the green figure with a gloomy face. He replied in a gloomy voice, "Our demon hall will be waiting for you at any time." As soon as he finished speaking, the group of devil cultivators disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. All that was left was the faint smell of blood in the air, as well as the astonishment and disbelief of the surrounding crowd. They all left just like that? Those demonic cultivators who couldn't even beat primordial chaos ran away after recognizing Fengjiu's identity? Everyone was dumbfounded. Some of them stared blankly at the green figure in front of them, only feeling that it was inconceivable. What was the background of this ghost, Dr. Fengjiu? Could it be that just by flashing the ancient divine sword and mentioning the name of ghost Dr. Fengjiu, he could scare off the devil cultivators? Moreover, even the blood demon, one of the 10 great devil cultivators under the demon sovereign, was scared off? Were they seeing things? At this moment, everyone was shocked and felt that it was inconceivable. This was something that they had never encountered before. It was too strange, too unbelievable. Also, if the ghost Dr. Fengjiu that the blood demon was talking about was the young man in front of them, then wasn't he her? A woman? Chapter 2050. Fengjiu turned around when she sensed the gazes of the people behind her. When she met their curious and admiring gazes, she said helplessly, "Actually, one of the main reasons I entered the volcano forest was to kill that person. She pointed her Qing Feng sword at Han Rong's corpse on the ground. Her words told them that she was neither from the Nebula Immortal sect nor from the Chai family. Fan Ishio and the rest, as well as Second Master Chai's group, all stared at her with their mouths agape. They had thought that she was one of the other party's people, but after all this time, she had snuck in from nowhere. Xiao Jiu, you are really a woman? Chai Feng stared at her with a strange expression. He could not imagine what this young man would look like in female clothing. Yes, I am a girl. She smiled. This smile did not have the evil charm she had when she accepted the challenge. Instead, it had the friendliness of a girl next door. But how can you be a girl? You. He looked her up and down and pointed at Fengjio's flat chest. He wanted to ask, but he could not bring himself to ask. Kid, what are you asking? If she says she is a girl, then she must be a girl. Why do you have so many questions? Second Master Chai patted Chai Feng's head to stop him from asking. Feng Jiu smiled and didn't say anything else. She wiped the Qing Feng sword and prepared to put it away. However, a figure walked in front of her at this moment. This is the ancient divine sword, Qing Feng sword. May I have a look? Zhuo Junyue stood in front of Feng Jiu and looked at the sword in her hand. Feng Jiu was slightly surprised when she heard this, but she still handed the Qing Feng sword to him. Don't touch it with your hands. The Qing Feng sword's aura will hurt you. She reminded him. Han Yuan, who was behind them, was stunned. What's wrong with Junhua? Why is he interested in the Qing Feng sword? Although the Emerald Edge sword was an ancient godly sword, and even he was curious about it, it would be inappropriate for him to play around with other people's swords. Thank you. Zhuo Junyue took the sword and took a look. The words Qing Feng sword were engraved on the blade, and the sword aura was extremely sharp. Looking at the sword in his hand, his gaze flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, he returned the Qing Feng sword to Feng Jiu. He looked at her and asked, How did you get this sword? Zhuo Junyue was not a person who would overstep the bounds of propriety. Yet, such a person had done 2 unreasonable things in a row. After hearing his words, Feng Jiu gave him a deep look. This azure edge sword originally belonged to my master. He hid it in the myriad sword mount. When I first became his disciple, the second thing he told me to do was to enter the myriad sword mound to find the azure edge sword. He sent me into the myriad sword mound, and I personally found it and brought it out. Zhuo Junyue, Qing Feng, Qing Feng, Qing Feng, Qing Feng, Qing Feng, Qing Feng, Qing Feng. Zhuo looked, Qing Feng, Qing Feng, Qing Feng. Zhuo Junyue looked at her with deep eyes. He seemed to have many things to say, but in the end, he shook his head and did not speak. Feng Jiu stared at him and said, My master's surname is Chu. She saw that Zhuo Junyue had lowered his gaze and concealed the look in his eyes. Her heart skipped a beat, and she handed him a token. If you have the chance in the future, you can come find me at the Heavenly Pill Building in Hunter River City. Chapter 2051. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to run away again? Hun Yuanzi came to her side and glared at her. You're so heartless. Are you going to leave us behind? Also, why don't I have the token you gave him? Give me one too. He extended his hand to Feng Jiu. Feng Jiu glanced at him and said with a smile, The medicinal pills I gave you weren't cheap. Besides, I saved your life. Oof. I don't need you to save me. That old thing can't kill me. He snorted and asked, Where are you going? Aren't you going to come with us? Xiao Jiu, are you really leaving? Second Master Chai also stepped forward and asked. It was thanks to her that they were able to survive this journey. If it wasn't for her, it would have been very difficult for them to survive. Now that they heard that she was leaving, they couldn't help but feel anxious. Feng Jiu saw that they were all nervous, so she smiled and said, I still have some things to do. Originally, I sneaked into your team to not be so conspicuous and to not be discovered by Han Rong. Now that he is dead, I have to leave. Then, will we meet again? Second Master Chai asked. He wanted to know what she gave Zhuo Junhua. If they needed her help in the future, where would they find her? Feng Jiu smiled at Second Master Chai's question. You can find me at the Heavenly Elixir Building in Hunter River City. As she spoke, she leaped into the air and sat on the back of the super divine beast, Cloud Swallowing, who was standing at the side. We'll meet again. She cupped her fists and bowed to everyone. Her gaze swept past Han Yuanzi and landed on Zhuo Junwei. She was going to ask someone to investigate Zhuo Junwei's background. Hey, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I want to go with you. Where are you going? I want to go with you too. Han Yuanzi reacted and quickly followed. Feng Zhio's mouth twitched when she heard this. She sat on Swallow Cloud's back and looked at the old man who was tugging at her clothes like an old urchin. She asked, "You still want me to acknowledge you as my master?" "No." Han Yuanzi shook his head and said. Suddenly, he smiled and looked at her. "However, this old man wants to be your disciple. You can teach me Taiji Fist. I was so excited when I saw those moves, and they were similar to my Bagua Quan. So, I want to learn your Tai Chi Fist. Please accept me." Hearing Hun Yuan's words, not only were the people of the Chai family stunned, even Fan Ishio and the other disciples of the Immortal Sect were stunned. Their Nebula Immortal Sect's Tai Shan actually wanted to take Feng Zhio as his master. Wasn't this too reckless? Although Feng Zhio's medical skills and strength were outstanding, Han Yuanzi's age was obvious. It was inconceivable that such an old man would want to take a young man, no, a woman, as his master. No matter how one looked at it, they couldn't understand what Han Yuanzi was thinking. Upon hearing Han Yuanzi's request, Feng Zhio's eyelids twitched. He glanced at him and said, "You're too old. I won't accept you." Hearing that he was being ignored, Han Yuanzi anxiously stomped his feet. "How am I old? Didn't you say that my face was rosy and my skin was smooth without any wrinkles? Why are you complaining that I'm old now?" Chapter 2052. Tun Yin leaped into the forest with Feng Zhio. Han Yuanzi panicked when he saw this. Wait for me, old man." He shouted and was about to chase after them when someone pulled him back. "Senior Granduncle." Fan Ishio pulled him back and asked, "Senior Granduncle, what should we do if you leave?" They had not reached the depths of the forest yet. If they left, it would be difficult for them to reach the depths of the forest. Let go. Let go." The old man swung his hand and looked back at them angrily. "What do you mean? Do you still need to ask me such a simple question? That little bastard has left, and this old man has to chase after him. I definitely won't be able to protect you. Hurry up and go back along the original path. Hurry up and get out of this volcano forest. Otherwise, if you continue to walk forward, who knows what you'll encounter." Second Master Chai nodded. "You're right, Immortal Monarch. That's what I plan to do too." If all of them left, then they naturally couldn't go any further. They had already encountered enough on this trip, and it was too dangerous to go in without the protection of a strong warrior. This Fire Mountain forest wasn't a place they could come to, so it was better to leave, lest the younger generation of the clan die here. Fan Ishio was startled when he heard this. He looked at Han Yuanzi and Second Master Chai. After a long while, he turned to his junior brothers and sisters. "What do you all plan to do?" They looked at each other and said, "Eldest senior brother, we also think that it's better to leave. Moreover, we want to go home after we get out of here." Fan Ishio nodded. "That's good. Let's leave it at that." He looked at Han Yuanzi and said, "Senior Granduncle, in the future." Before he could finish, he saw Han Yuanzi rushing forward. At the same time, his anxious voice was carried by the wind. All right. Don't talk too much to the old man. Hurry up and go back. The old man wants to find that little bastard. If we don't go after her, she'll be far away. Junwei, hurry up." After hearing his words, Zhuo Junwei nodded to the others and rushed forward to catch up with the old man. "You're still injured. Don't you have a mount? Why don't you use it?" With this reminder, Han Yuanzi was startled. "That's right. I have a mount too. I've really been angered to the point of stupidity by that little bastard. I almost forgot that this old man also has a mount." As he spoke excitedly, he summoned his mount and leaped onto it. At the same time, he ordered his mount to run forward. Seeing this, Zhuo Junwei raised his chi and followed closely behind Han Yuanzi, searching for Feng Zhio. After watching them leave, Second Master Chai sighed and turned around to look at the crowd. "The sky is getting brighter. Let's hurry up and leave. We should be more vigilant on the way back." "Yes." Everyone responded. After they were done, they quickly left. However, as they walked, there were still many people who looked back. They felt that this trip to the volcano forest was really unforgettable. Everything that happened along the way would still be remembered clearly after a long time. On the other side, Feng Jiu was in a good mood after finally killing Han Rong. Now that Han Rong was dead, all she had to do was go to the depths of the volcano forest to find some fire spark stones and bring them back. Then she could leave this place. Chapter 2053. The corners of her mouth twitched uncontrollably. About 100 meters behind her, the gray-robed old man was riding on a strange-looking mutated beast. Beside him was the expressionless Zhuo Junyue. When she saw the two of them following her silently, she couldn't help but sigh. Behind them, when he saw that Feng Jiu had noticed them, the old man grinned. He didn't have the slightest awareness that he was tailing someone. He even excitedly waved his hand at Feng Jiu. "Hey, little rascal." Halfway through his words, little rascal didn't continue. Instead, he shouted, "Little master." In terms of shamelessness, if this old man claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. Although he was at a disadvantage, if he could learn Tai Chi, he would be very excited. So, who cared if she agreed or not? If he called her little master first and pestered her, he didn't believe that she wouldn't teach him. "Why aren't you following them? Why are you following me?" she asked helplessly. This old man was too careless. Wasn't he worried that those people would all die here? After all, they had been together for a long time. How could he not care about their lives? "I asked them to go back first. Why would I still need you to protect them?" As the old man spoke, he gestured for his mount to come forward. He came to Feng Jiu's side and said, "Besides, I want to learn Tai Chi from you. I've already called you little master. You can't go back on your words." "I didn't force you to call me that." Feng Jiu glanced at him. "Besides, I didn't preach. You can't do this." The old man felt wronged, but he couldn't do anything about it. Seeing this, Feng Jiu looked at him, thought for a moment, and said, "I have to go back after I'm done. It's not convenient for me to stay here for long. You know that I have the Aurora teleportation scroll. I can leave much faster than you." "Speak human." The old man glared at her. Didn't she have to say what she wanted to say? "It's useless for you to follow me. I might disappear at any time. Since you want to learn, I can show you the way." Feng Jiu looked at him and said, "What path?" "Let me tell you, I will only learn from you. Don't push this old man to some random person." He snorted with a proud look on his face. Not everyone can make this old man call him little master. "You don't need to call me master. Go to the 100 Rivers City's Heavenly Dan building and find someone called Lung Hua. His Tai Chi was taught by me. You can go and learn from him." Feng Jiu said with a smile. "No way. Who knows how much of what you taught him he learned? If he can't learn anything, he can teach me. I don't dare to teach him." He turned his eyes and stared at Feng Jiu, asking, "What are you going to do in the depths of the forest?" Hearing this, Feng Jiu looked into the depths of the volcanic forest and said, "Since I've come to the volcanic forest, I naturally want to bring some fire spark stones back and see if they're really useful treasures. In that case, wouldn't it be better for us to follow you? If anything happens along the way, we could take care of each other. Besides, this old man is injured now. If someone wants to kill this old man, won't this old man be dead for sure? Also, this old man has been here before. I'm familiar with this place," he said proudly with an expression that said he knew where to find the fire spark stones. Chapter 2054. Hun Yuanzi stared at Feng Jiu, then turned to look at Zhuo Junyue beside him. His expression turned strange. This little girl kept staring at the block of wood. He was sure that even if she agreed to go with him, it was because of this block of wood. Could it be that she had taken a liking to him? He stroked his beard at the thought of him, and his wise eyes darted around. Thus, the one-man party became a three-man party. Feng Jiu and Han Yuanzi sat on their mounts and slowly walked into the forest, while Zhuo Junyue followed beside them. They chatted along the way. "Little girl, you. I'm wearing men's clothes now, so don't call me a little girl. Just call me Xiao Jiu," Feng Jiu said as she looked ahead. "All right, then let me ask you. Who did I learn Taiji fist from? Is it your master?" The old man looked at her excitedly. This little girl could execute such a fist technique so skillfully. She wasn't simple at all. Feng Jiu looked at him with a strange expression. "Do you have to ask which chicken laid an egg when you want to eat it?" The old man choked on his words and was instantly rendered speechless. Feng Jiu looked past him and fixed her gaze on Zhuo Junyue. Who else is in your family? What was better and faster than asking the person herself for information? Hearing this, the old man widened his eyes and stared at Feng Jiu with a strange expression. He thought to himself, why is this little girl asking about this so openly? Even if she's interested in that block of wood, she shouldn't be so direct. Thus, he coughed lightly and said, why don't you ask me what you want to know? This old man knows his situation better than anyone else. He straightened his back and looked at Feng Jiu with a look that seemed to say, come and ask me. Come and ask me. The old man saw that she was ignoring him, so he couldn't help but say, he has 2 parents in his family. He has a grandmother and a pair of younger siblings. He's 27 this year, and most importantly, he's not married yet. Feng Jiu's eyes flickered. Oh, grandmother is here too? Then where is his home? This time, she looked at Hunyuan Zi. It's in Wanxiang City. Wanxiang City's Zhuo family. Just ask around and you'll know. It's not far from 100 River City, the old man said with a smile. Zhuo Junyue glanced at the old man, speechless. He knew exactly what the old man was planning. He didn't know what was going on, so he was just spouting nonsense. Feng Jiu nodded. Yes, I understand. She took out her wine gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. So it was the Zhuo family of Wanxiang City. Xiaojiu, why are you so curious about him? Could it be that you've taken a fancy to him? The old man looked at Feng Jiu with a smile and asked. Hearing this, Feng Jiu, who was drinking a mouthful of wine, choked. Cough, cough. She coughed and glared at primordial chaos. What are you talking about? How is this possible? Impossible? The old man looked askance at her in disbelief. He obviously didn't believe her. It's impossible. I have a fiancé, and we're just short of getting married. Feng Jiu explained helplessly. What was this old man thinking? How could she be interested in Zhuo Junyue? What nonsense! Zhuo Junyue also glanced at the old man, his expression ugly. You have a fiancé? Then why are you asking about him? The old man asked strangely. This girl was so outstanding. What kind of man would she like? He couldn't help but be curious. Chapter 2055. The 3 of them walked into the forest and chatted for a while. Since Zhuo Junyue didn't speak much, Feng Jiu didn't ask any more questions. The journey was quite peaceful. Before the beasts in the forest could get close, they were scared away by the aura of their mounts. They didn't even need to fight. Until noon, when they stopped to rest and took out rations from the space to eat, a group of mercenaries came to rest nearby. When the mercenaries saw the 3 of them, they were surprised. They sized up the 3 of them and recognized that the old man was the Nebula Immortal Sect's Master Hun Yuan. As for the other 2, they didn't know who they were. It's Hun Yuan from the Nebula Immortal Sect. Leader, should we go and greet him? A mercenary asked the leader. Since we've met, it's better to greet him. As the mercenary group leader spoke, he glanced behind him and said to everyone, you guys rest here. I'll go ahead and greet them. Among the 30 to 40 mercenaries resting here, there was a tall and muscular man wearing a mercenary uniform who was eating rations. If Feng Jiu saw him, he would be overjoyed. This was because this person was none other than Guan Shilin, who went out to train after coming here. The leader didn't get too close. Instead, he cupped his fists and bowed. Hun Yuan, Immortal Lord, I didn't expect to meet you here. Seeing that he was recognized, Hun Yuan looked at the mercenary in surprise. How do you know this old man? I don't think we've met before. Immortal Lord naturally doesn't know me. However, I was fortunate enough to see Immortal Lord once. The mercenary smiled. Back then, I met Immortal Lord and saw Immortal Lord saving people. It's still fresh in my memory. Hearing this, Hun Yuan smiled and stroked his beard. He glanced at Feng Jiu. So that's how it is. This old man has a kind heart. When I was outside, I often saved people. After saving so many people, I don't remember it. Feng Jiu didn't react. He just ate his rations and didn't say anything. After chatting with Hun Yuan for a while, the leader cupped his fists and left. Immortal Lord, my mercenary team is resting nearby. I'll go back first. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. Go. The old man nodded and watched the mercenary group leader leave. Then, he looked at Feng Jiu with a smile. How is it, little girl? Did you see it? This old man is very popular. You should learn from me. Save people when you go out. You'll meet someone you know. Maybe you'll meet someone you've saved. Let's go after resting. I've been here for so long, but I haven't seen a single Fires Park stone. Feng Jiu stood up, patted her green clothes, and mounted Tun Yun's back. What's the rush? I'm not in a hurry. Although he said that, he still got on the back of his contracted beast and walked beside her. Zhou Junyue continued to follow quietly without saying anything. Not long after they left, the mercenary team was about to continue their journey after resting when they heard rustling sounds. Then a sinister laugh sounded. Ha 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 ha! Another mercenary team. What a waste of effort. Chapter 2056. When the mercenary group's leader saw the 60 to 70 people surrounding them, a grave expression appeared on his face. It's the Death Mercenary Group. Hearing the leader's words, the expressions of all the mercenaries changed slightly. They were also mercenary groups, so they had heard a little about the Death Mercenary Group. According to rumors, the members of the Death Mercenary Group specialized in plundering and robbing in this forest. In addition, they would also recruit other mercenaries into their mercenary group. If they didn't submit to them, there was only one outcome, and that was death. What caused their expressions to change was that these people's cultivations weren't weak, especially their combat strengths. Practically no one who encountered this Death Mercenary Group was able to survive. Seeing the 60 to 70 mercenaries of the Death Mercenary Group wearing uniform dark brown mercenary uniforms surrounding them, the mercenary group's leader calmed down and shouted in a deep voice, "Get ready to fight." Although the Ferocious Tiger Mercenary Group only had 30 to 40 people, all of them were men. It wasn't that they hadn't tried to fight a situation where they were outnumbered, but they had never fought the Death Mercenary Group. Yes, the members of the Ferocious Tiger Mercenary Group drew their weapons and prepared to fight at any time. They only had a moment of seriousness when they learned that the other party was the Death Mercenary Group, but now every one of them firmly held the weapons in their hands and prepared to fight at any time. Seeing the strong battle intent on these people, the leader of the Death Mercenary Group couldn't help but narrow his eyes and size them up. What? Aren't you afraid of death? Ha ha ha. We haven't even fought, and you already know who's going to die? The leader of the Ferocious Tiger Mercenary Group raised his head and laughed heroically. We've never been afraid of anyone. If you want to fight, then come. He, ignorant. The leader of the Death Mercenary Group sneered and stared at those people. He saw that these people were excellent mercenary seedlings, so he immediately issued an invitation. As long as you submit to our Death Mercenary Group and become mercenaries under my command, not to mention your lives, even your families will be able to eat and drink well with us. How about it? The leader of the Ferocious Tiger Mercenary Group's face darkened. Don't waste your breath. The mercenaries under my command aren't cowards who are afraid of death. Hearing this, the members of the Death Mercenary Group were surprised when they saw that none of the mercenaries were moved. At the same time, they also felt a trace of admiration. These people were all men. Since that's the case, then let's fight. There's no need to waste your breath on them. With an order, the 60 to 70 mercenaries surged forward and surrounded the 30 to 40 mercenaries in the middle. For a moment, the glint of swords' sword light flew, and piercing cold sword chi whistled in the forest. The sound of battle resounded, and the airflow in this area was affected by their battle. Although the Ferocious Tiger Mercenary Group, the Death Mercenary Group, Ferocious Tiger Mercenary Group, was the Ferocious Death Sun, this death. Among the mercenaries, Guan Shilin was mercilessly swinging his huge blade. His fighting strength was astonishing. Anyone who got close to him would either have their head chopped off, their arms chopped off, or they would be chopped in half by his blade. Chapter 2057. It was precisely because of this that a strange phenomenon gradually occurred. In this chaotic battle of over 100 people, not a single member of the Death Mercenaries appeared beside Guan Shilin. He brandished his saber and frowned as he slammed the saber hilt into the ground. He saw that there was no one beside him, while the others were besieged by several or even more Death Mercenaries. Seeing that the members of the Ferocious Tiger Mercenaries were all injured and fighting a bloody battle, he knew that this couldn't go on. So he turned his gaze to the leader of the Death Mercenaries. He saw that the leader of the Death Mercenaries was fighting with their leader, and the mercenaries were faintly at a disadvantage. He dodged too slowly and was slashed in the shoulder by the other party. Seeing that the saber was stuck in the flesh of their leader's shoulder, his heart sank, and he immediately stepped forward with his saber. Hiss! The leader of the ferocious tiger mercenary group took a deep breath and cried out in pain. He swung the weapon in his hand toward the other party, but the moment he swung the sword in his hand, the leader of the Death Mercenary group pulled back his hand. The sword that had cut into his flesh was suddenly pulled out, and a stream of blood splattered out. Under the impact of the force, the leader of the Death Mercenary group staggered and fell back. However, the leader of the Death Mercenaries didn't stop attacking because of this. He brandished his saber and attacked the leader of the ferocious tiger mercenaries. At this moment, a Death Mercenary on the side attacked the leader of the ferocious tiger mercenaries' waist with a sword in his hand. At this moment, it was already impossible for him to dodge. He couldn't help but clench his teeth, thinking that even if he was hit from the side, he had to block the fatal blow in front of him. Unexpectedly, he'd overestimated his combat strength, and the injury he'd suffered from the Death Mercenaries' commander's strike was too severe, causing him to be unable to exert any strength. Just when he thought he was dead for sure, a figure pounced over like a ferocious tiger. He instantly pulled the leader of the ferocious tiger mercenaries behind him, and then he brandished his saber, and a fierce saber aura attacked. The leader of the Death Mercenaries in front of him quickly retreated to avoid the attack and save his life. However, the Death Mercenary on the side couldn't dodge in time and was chopped in half at the waist by the saber aura. His intestines flowed out, and the bloody scene was nauseating. He was dumbfounded. Looking at the new mercenary who stood in front of him and protected him, his mind was in a mess for a moment, and he only felt that it was inconceivable. This new mercenary who joined them not long ago and only went on 2 missions with them actually had such amazing fighting strength. He stood behind him and watched as he blocked all directions with the might of one man, holding the pass against 10,000 men. Looking at him, the new mercenary in front of him, and the smell of the ferocious tiger mercenaries, and ferocious tiger mercenaries, ferocious tiger mercenaries, and ferocious. The ferocious. Leader, you rest on the side. Leave this person to me, Guan Shilin said in a calm voice, and shouted to the other members of the ferocious tiger mercenary group. 2 of you, come and protect the leader. Apply medicine and bandage his wounds. Okay. 2 of the members of the ferocious tiger mercenary group, who came back to their senses, quickly responded and quickly walked to their leader's side. One of them protected him, while the other took out medicine and quickly applied medicine to stop the bleeding. Chapter 2058. I know. Guan Shilin nodded as he spoke. He waved the large saber in his hand and pointed it at the ground. His piercingly cold gaze was fixed on the leader of the Death Mercenaries in front of him. At this moment, the leader of the Death Mercenaries was sizing him up. Seeing his piercingly cold aura and his dark force aura, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Just a mystic? You actually have such ability? Compared to spirit cultivators, Mystic was only slightly stronger. Their combat strength was far inferior to spirit cultivators. However, this person's skills and combat strength made him somewhat apprehensive. So what if you're Mystic? It's already amazing if I can kill you. Guan Shilin shouted in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, his dark force aura burst forth. He took a step forward and waved the large saber in his hand, attacking the other party at a fast and ruthless speed. Clang! The leader of the Death Mercenaries quickly used the large saber in his hand to block the other party's attack. However, when the 2 sabers collided, he was forcefully pushed back by the other party's strength. He retreated step by step, completely unable to stop. The aura of the saber shot out from the 2 people's sabers. The strong airflow caused small cuts on the mercenaries on the 2 people's bodies. The leader of the Death Mercenaries injected a surge of spiritual force aura and forcefully pushed the other party away. At the same time, he retreated a few meters back. Sir, with such ability, you're actually willing to be a mercenary in this small mercenary group? As long as you agree to join us, I'll give you the position of vice leader. How about it?" He didn't give up and said again. He really felt that this person's skills were very good. If he could recruit him to his mercenary group, it would definitely be a great thing for his mercenary group. "Not interested." Guan Shilin's low and sharp voice rang out. He waved the large saber in his hand and attacked again. Every move he made was a killing move. The two of them exchanged blows. Not long after, the leader of the Death Mercenaries was slashed by his saber. The wound on his arm was so deep that his bones could be seen. Fresh blood gushed out and quickly dyed his mercenary uniform red. "Damn it!" He cursed under his breath and stared at Guan Shilin gloomily. However, he saw Guan Shilin take a step forward and attack him again. Guan Shilin swung his broadsword with great force. Guan Shilin tried to block it with the broadsword in his hand, but it was suppressed by Guan Shilin's broadsword. Guan Shilin's strength was so great that his hand was numb. Clang! The hand that was holding the broadsword trembled, and the broadsword in his hand fell to the ground. Looking at the incoming attack, he was shocked. As he quickly retreated, he grabbed a member of the Death Mercenary group and used him as a shield. The sound of the blade piercing into the body was heard. The mercenary's eyes widened in shock. He stared at his leader in shock and anger. He had never thought that he would be used as a shield. How cold-blooded and heartless. Guan Shilin snorted coldly. He took another step forward and swung his saber again. "This time, I'll take your head." The murderous voice rang out, and the sharp and intimidating murderous intent caused the leader of the Death Mercenary group to be shocked. He had never thought that this person's strength would be so strong. The strength of his opponent's attack was so strong that he couldn't compete with it. Moreover, his skillful killing moves made him fearful. Chapter 2059. Whoosh! The sharp energy of the saber slashed down, and a shrill scream rang out. It echoed in the forest, causing people to tremble in fear and their hands and feet to turn ice cold. The aura of death permeated the air, especially when the members of the Death Mercenary group saw their leader being chopped in half by the mercenary wielding a broadsword. That scene was too bloody and too shocking, to the extent that many of them were unable to react. They stood there blankly for a long time, unable to return to their senses. Kill! The leader of the Ferocious Tiger mercenary group, who was shocked by the scene in front of him, suddenly came back to his senses. He looked at the stunned members of the Death Mercenary group and immediately ordered his mercenaries to kill. Kill! 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 Under the leader's order, even though the members of the Ferocious Tiger mercenary group were injured, they quickly swung their blades at the Death Mercenary group after coming back to their senses. They wanted to catch them off guard and kill them without leaving a single piece of armor behind. Roars filled with excitement and battle intent came from their mouths. Everyone's spirit force and aura gathered together. At this moment, battle intent surged out like an erupting volcano. Everyone's combat strength seemed to be stimulated, and they all ignored their injuries and did their best to kill the enemy. When the leader of the Death Mercenary group died, it was like their backbone had collapsed. Everyone panicked and wanted to escape, but the more they panicked, the more chaotic it became. In the end, there were countless casualties, and only a few people managed to escape. On the other side, Feng Jiao, Han Yuanzi, and Zhuo Junwei didn't leave for long before they heard the sounds of fighting behind them. She didn't feel anything, but Han Yuanzi stopped and looked back. This sound, could it be those mercenaries? He stroked his beard and murmured while looking at Feng Jiao. "Don't look at me. Do what you want to do. I didn't stop you," Feng Jiao said as she sat on Tun Yun's back and drank wine. She wasn't a good person and wouldn't rush forward for everything. Even if she helped, it would depend on her luck and her mood. Hearing this, the old man chuckled. "In that case, shall we rest here? Let Junwei go back and take a look?" Feng Jiao did not answer. Instead, he changed his position and laid face up on Tun Yun's soft and comfortable fur. Meanwhile, Tun Yun lay down so that she could rest comfortably for a while. Seeing this, the old man gestured to Zhuo Junwei. "Hurry up and check on the mercenaries. If there's anything you need help with, just lend me a hand." Zhuo Junwei responded, then took a deep breath and flew back. Seeing that he had left, the old man patted his mount, making it lower its head before jumping down. He walked in front of Fengjiu and asked with a smile, "Little girl, tell me honestly, why do you want to know about Blockhead's family?" Fengjiu glanced at him and did not hide anything. Instead, he directly said, "I am helping my master find his descendant. I saw that his expression when he saw the Qingfeng sword was strange, so I guessed his identity. Since you said that you know everything about his family, then do you know if he has any relatives with the surname Chu?" Chapter 2060. What do you mean? Fengjiu looked at him and asked. It's their family. They're from the Yao family. Although his father is the eldest son of the Zhuo family, his status in the family is not as good as that of a side branch. He is always suppressed by his second uncle. As for his grandmother, although she's still alive, she's been living in seclusion due to her poor health. She doesn't care about the family matters either. This kid's family is practically invisible in the Zhuo family. Otherwise, this kid wouldn't be by my side. Hearing this, Fengjiu was slightly surprised. There's such a thing? Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his father? There were some things she wanted to ask, but she didn't feel like it was appropriate. You want to ask if his father is of the Zhuo family's bloodline? The old man stroked his beard and smiled. Actually, this old man doesn't really care about matters related to their family's bloodline, so I really don't know much about this matter. If you want to know, you can ask around yourself. Hearing this, Fengjiu thought to herself, it seems like this matter really needs to be investigated by the Phoenix Guards. Maybe there really is a connection. But this old man will tell you. Do you know why I call him Blockhead? Actually, the old man's interest was piqued, and he stood there and told Fengjiu about Zhuo Junwei. On the other side, the members of the Ferocious Tiger mercenary group stood there in a daze. They stared blankly at the corpses on the ground for a long time before turning their gazes to Guan Shilin, who was standing with a large sword in his hand. They only knew that Guan Shilin was a new member, and only a temporary one at that. He had only gone on 2 missions with them. Usually, he didn't look any different from the other mercenaries, except that he didn't talk much. Who would have thought that such an inconspicuous mercenary would play such a huge role in this battle, and even bring about such an unbelievable shock to them? In contrast to their stunned expressions, Guan Shilin turned around and strode to the side of the pale-faced leader. "Leader, how are you?" "I'm fine." Although his face was pale, he was excited and in good spirits. He looked at Guan Shilin, who was half squatting in front of him, and smiled gratefully. "Little Guan, thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to keep my life." "Leader, what are you talking about? This is what I should do," Guan Shilin said as he looked at the others. "Brothers, you're all injured. Let's find a place to bandage your wounds first. Yes, we can't stay here any longer. Clean up the scene, and we'll leave as soon as possible. We'll find a place to bandage our wounds first." The leader of the Ferocious Tiger mercenary group panted as he spoke, his voice weak. "Go." Everyone quickly cleaned up the scene. Those who were lightly injured helped those who were heavily injured, and the group quickly left. In the dark, Zhuo Junwei, who had witnessed the scene, retracted his gaze and left quietly. The 2 people who were talking heard the commotion and knew that he had returned. They looked back at the same time. Seeing that he had returned so quickly, the old man asked, "How is it? Who did those mercenaries meet? Are they still alive?" "They met the Death Mercenary Group," Zhuo Junwei said. Then he paused and heard the old man's shocked voice. "Death Mercenary Group? It's over, it's over. Doesn't that mean they're all dead? With their strength, how could they be a match for those people?" Chapter 2061. "Oh, there are mercenaries even stronger than the leader?" the old man asked with interest. "Yes, one of the mercenaries is a mystic. His cultivation is very high. He killed the leader of the opposing mercenary group with a single slash," Zhuo Junwei said. As Zhuo Junwei spoke, he recalled that when he had rushed over, he had not seen the saber slash down. However, judging from his scene, that was indeed the case. The old man stroked his beard and glanced at Fengjiu. As expected, there are strong people everywhere, and strong people like to hide. Fengjiu pretended not to see the old man's gaze. She patted Tunyun's head. Tunyun stood up and strode forward. The old man also got on his contracted beast, and the three of them leisurely walked into the forest. 2 days later, as they got closer and closer to the crater, not only did the surrounding trees become fewer and fewer, but the temperature on the ground and in the air also became higher and higher. Due to the increasing temperature, Tan Yun was panting from exhaustion. Feng Jiu put it into her space and walked by herself. The old man put his contracted beast away as well. The three of them walked slowly together. "Is this place always so hot?" Feng Jiu asked. Even though she was stepping on the ground, she could still feel the scorching heat. Under the hot air, she was sweating nonstop. She drank a lot of water along the way. "We're close to the crater. There's still some trees here. If we go further, there won't be any trees, let alone weeds on the ground. Even ferocious beasts won't come here," the old man said as he wiped his sleeve. The old man raised his sleeve to wipe his sweat as he said, "But in these places, you should pay more attention to the black stones under your feet. Those glowing black stones are the fire spark stones. They belong to the fire attribute and are extremely useful for the cultivation of fire attribute people." Feng Jiu looked at the ground under her feet. The ground was very dry and there wasn't a single blade of grass in this area. As for the glowing black stones the old man mentioned, she didn't see them. The volcano erupts once every 3 months, especially those rock ores. You guys have to be careful. Don't get splashed by the rock ores. There's no cure for it. The fire poison is very strong. If you're not careful, you'll lose your life. The old man reminded the two of them as they walked. However, there's another treasure here other than the fire spark stones. Upon hearing this, Feng Jiu looked at him and asked curiously, "What treasure?" Halfway up the volcano, there's a kind of spiritual herb called the illuminating flame grass. It's said that this herb has a wide range of uses and is very precious. It's a spiritual herb that only grows once every 100 years. It's very spiritual and will automatically absorb the illuminating flame stones in the volcano as nutrients. When a volcano erupts, it will slip away and move to another place. After the volcano erupts, it will appear again halfway up the volcano. After so many years, it seems that only a few have seen the world. Feng Jiu was surprised. It can move on its own? That it can transform into a medicine spirit? The old man looked at her and said, "This volcano erupts once every 3 months. How can it have time to transform into a medicine spirit? It's said that this kind of medicine is born like this. It can only be found in this place. You can't find it anywhere else." Chapter 2062. That's right. This old man is here for it. He smiled as he stroked his beard. This dazzling fire herb has another name. It's called the celestial herb. I heard that it has the miraculous effect of prolonging one's life, curing all kinds of internal injuries, and greatly increasing the cultivation of fire attribute cultivators. Naturally, this old man wants to find one just in case. Feng Jiu looked at him speechlessly. Why was this old man's thinking so different from others? Why would he come here to find the celestial herb just in case? Did he think that he didn't have long to live? Or did he think that he would suffer some kind of fatal internal injury? Hiss! Suddenly, she sucked in a breath. She felt something under her foot. She moved her foot away and saw a sharp black stone protruding from the ground. The black stone shone brightly under the sunlight. She squatted down in surprise and dug out the sharp black stone. The old man and Junhua walked over. When they saw the black stone that she had dug out, surprise flashed across their eyes. They didn't expect that she would step on a dazzling fire rock while walking. Her luck was truly heaven-defying. This is the dazzling fire rock, right? It's not that shiny. She held the black stone that she had just dug out from the ground. This fire spark stone was only the size of an egg, but it had a very sharp tip. This small stone was buried underground, and it was this tip that was sticking out of the ground that caused her to feel pain when she stepped on it. This is the dazzling fire rock. Some are bigger than the one in your hand, while others are smaller. The old man smiled at her. With your heaven-defying luck, this old man thinks that if I bring you along to find the dazzling fire herb, we'll definitely find one. Feng Jiu played with the dazzling fire rock in his hand. He looked at the old man with a sly smile. If I find it, I won't give it to you. If you find it, then it's naturally yours. This old man can exchange it with you. Hun Yuanzi glanced at Feng Jiao. Don't worry. I won't take advantage of you. There's a fire spark stone here too. Zhuo Juanyue's voice suddenly caught their attention. Where? Where? The old man hurried forward and saw Zhuo Junyue bending down to dig up a fist-sized fire spark stone. The old man couldn't help but feel a little envious when he saw this. His words were filled with jealousy. You two are bullying this old man. Oh, my old eye's not good. How come the old man didn't find it when he was walking around? Hearing this, Zhuo Junyue glanced at him and threw the fist-sized fire spark stone into his arms. Here. The old man stared blankly at the fist-sized fire spark stone in his arms. You don't want it? This is good stuff. There should be more in this area. We can continue searching. As Zhuo Junyue spoke, he slowed down his pace. As he walked around, he looked for any abnormalities on the ground. That's true. The old man nodded. He put away the fire spark stone and continued to search at the side. Feng Jiao lowered his head to look at the fire spark stone in his hand. He also searched in this area. As Zhuo Junyue said, there should be more than 2 fire spark stones in this area. Chapter 2063. Because they searched carefully in this area, they really did find a lot of fire spark stones. Feng Jiao and the old man were very happy. The two of them even competed to see who could find more later. Although it was hot here, they were still laughing because of their mood. Their laughter naturally attracted the attention of some people in the area. There were 3 groups of people who noticed Feng Jiao and the others. One of them might have recognized Hun Yuan, but after seeing the person who was squatting on the ground digging for fire spark stones, they waved their hands and quietly left. As for the other 2 groups, they saw the 3 of them digging up the fire spark stones. Moreover, there were only 3 of them. They naturally did not want to miss such a great opportunity. Therefore, they had the idea of robbing them. Whether it was Feng Jiao, Hun Yuanzi, or Zhuo Junyue, they already knew that there were people watching them. They just ignored them. After picking up all the fire spark stones they could find, they roughly calculated that there were only about 20 of them. The big ones were the size of fists, and the small ones were the size of rocks. All right, where are we going? Although it's a little small, there should be more ahead. The old man said with a smile. There was a sense of excitement in his eyes, as if he was digging for treasure. Feng Jiao played with the fire spark stone in her hand. She looked at Hun Yuanzi and Zhuo Junyue and said, We've been robbed along the way. Do you think we'll be targeted again? In fact, she wanted to rob them instead. These people who specialized in robbing here must have a lot of good stuff on them. Thinking of this, she did not want to take a step forward. The weather is hot. Why don't we find a place to rest before we continue? Hun Yuanzi and Zhuo Junyue looked at her, but did not say anything. The old man thought for a moment and pointed in a direction. It's so hot here. There's not even a place to sit. Why don't we go over there and take a look? Feng Jiao looked in the direction he was pointing and happened to see the person who was hiding. She couldn't help but smile. Who are you, sir? Why are you hiding? As soon as she said that, the 2 groups of people stood up. However, they ignored Feng Jiao's group and started fighting. We were the ones who set our sights on this prey first. The leader of one of the groups shouted, We're in charge of this place. Since we're here, the things are naturally ours. What? You want to fight? Don't forget that we've fought before. All right, in that case, let's get those things first and then divide them equally. The 2 groups of people were discussing here. When they looked up, they could faintly hear the voices of the 3 people. What the hell are you trying to do? These people are here to rob you. Don't tell me you're going to give them everything. How is that? I was just thinking that since these people came to us on their own accord, we might as well rob them. It's better than letting them rob us. Feng Jiao said matter-of-factly. Are you confident? The other party has quite a number of people. Although they were not afraid of these people, if they attacked, it would be doubt what's so difficult about that. Her eyes flashed with a sly smile. The temperature here is rising. The effect of the medicine is taking effect faster. Look, they're all down. Chapter 2064. Feng Jiao smiled and clapped her hands. She walked forward leisurely. Have you forgotten what I do for a living? Why do I have to make a move for such a small matter? The old man's mouth twitched. He muttered softly, "How could I forget? You're a robber." Juanyue's lips curled into a smile. He glanced at Fengjiu and followed her. The people who fell to the ground fainted one by one. Fengjiu didn't kill them. She just looted everything from their bodies. In the end, she looked through her loot. TSK, TSK. These people have everything in their collection. Looks like they've robbed a lot of people. How can they do so well here with such little ability? She shook her head and muttered softly. Then, she put everything away. When the old man saw her putting everything away, he glared at her and asked, "Don't you have to give some to us? Are you going to take everything for yourself?" "Ah, you want it. I thought you're Mount Tai of the immortal sect and wouldn't want these things. If this gets out, won't your reputation be ruined?" Hearing this, the old man said angrily, "I don't care. You don't care. Who was the one who tried to stop me? You didn't even move a finger." But she turned and smiled at Zhuo Junhua. She reached out and patted his shoulder. "You should get some. You're biased." The old man felt wronged. He couldn't understand why she didn't like him when he was such a popular person. "I'm not biased. Junhua has been helping me take all these people's treasures." Fengjiu smiled and said to Zhuo Junhua, who was still holding a lot of things, "Keep those cosmos bags and interspatial rings for your future wife." Zhuo Junhua's mouth twitched. He handed the things in his hand over. "No need. Keep them. Keep them. You'll have meat to eat if you follow me." She proudly patted him on the shoulder as she spoke. Her actions were completely devoid of the gentleness of a woman. Instead, they were filled with the carefree spirit of a man. The old man was jealous. He tugged at his beard in pain and said to Zhuo Junhua, "You don't believe me when I say you're a blockhead? You don't even know how to accept something that's delivered to your doorstep. Haven't you heard of this before? Why don't you take it?" Zhuo Junhua glanced at the old man, speechlessly. Then, he kept the item and said to Fengjiu, "Thank you. No need to thank me. Let's go. There are still treasures inside," she said with a smile. When she passed by a fainted person, she lifted her foot and stepped on the person's hand. The hand that was quietly holding onto the knife loosened due to the pain. The faint sound of bones breaking could be heard, but the person endured it and did not make a single sound. When the old man and Zhuo Junhua saw this, they didn't say anything. The three of them walked forward as if they were taking a stroll in their own backyard. Perhaps it was because of the spoils of war, but the smiles on their faces increased even in the scorching heat. Not long after the three of them left, the person who had been stepped on earlier sat up with a horrified expression. Among these people, he and the other person were the strongest. Although the medicine made them unconscious, they quickly woke up. Chapter 2065. "Gee, I thought you had some ability. You actually want to hurt people with a knife?" A middle-aged man on the other side sneered and slowly sat up from the ground. He patted the dust off his body and glanced at the man with a broken wrist. "How good are you? You're still pretending even when you're awake. Useless." The man with a broken wrist snorted coldly with a gloomy face and stood up from the ground. "How can that be the same? I saw how powerful those three people were and didn't dare to make a move. Otherwise, not only would we lose our belongings, we would also lose our lives here." Although that person was unwilling, a wise man submits to circumstances. He was very clear that if they really held their sabers and fought like him, they would probably lose their lives in the end. Those people obviously only took the treasures and didn't hurt anyone. They were already merciful. If they took the treasures, they wouldn't leave their lives behind. But speaking of which, who are those people? The two of them looked at their unconscious subordinates on the ground and asked doubtfully, "Hee, you dare to make a move without knowing who they are?" A voice came from behind them. They saw that the group of people who had left earlier had returned. However, they had a gloating expression on their faces. You know, these teams often looted in this area, so they were more or less familiar with it. If I didn't know, I would probably end up like you. That person's gaze swept across them and mockingly looked at their empty bodies. You don't have anything left, right? It's good enough that you can keep your lives. Who are those three people? The middle-aged man with a broken wrist asked. He was very unwilling. Those treasures were all they had, but they were all taken away just like that. I don't know about the other two, But that old man is Hun Yuan from the Nebula Immortal Sect. You even dare to touch him. I can't help but admire your guts." As that person spoke, he shook his head and was too lazy to deal with them. When the two of them heard this, their faces paled and they felt a lingering fear. It was actually Hun Yuan from the Nebula Immortal Sect? That sect's Mount Tai? Oh my god, they were really unlucky to have met such an old thing. However, what infuriated them even more was that the one who had defeated them wasn't Hun Yuan Z, but a young man in green with unknown origins. "There's a cave up ahead. Shall we rest there tonight?" The old man pointed at a cave up ahead. "All right, you guys go ahead first. I'll take a look around to see if there's any game." Walking in this place without any meat to eat was suffering. You want to eat meat in a place like this? There's no need to think about it. There's no wild game in this place. The old man waved his hand and walked towards the cave. Zhuo Junhua looked at Feng Jiu and said, "I'll go with you. Wild game is rare, but if you're lucky, you might encounter some." Feng Jiu rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "I know. Since there are very few wild animals here, we should be able to get some from other people's caves. Those teams that stop to rob in this area would definitely have some game. Wouldn't it be better to just go to them and get some?" Hearing this, Zhuo Junhua was stunned for a moment before revealing a faint smile. "All right, let's go take a look then." Chapter 2066. In a cave some distance away, there is a group of people sitting in a circle, drinking, eating, and chatting. When they got excited, laughter could be heard. Boss is still the best. He went up to take a look and knew that it was Hun Yuan from the Nebula Immortal Sect. Fortunately, we didn't go up to join in the fun. Otherwise, we might have ended up like those two groups of idiots. That's right. When we went over to take a look earlier, the two groups of people were all unconscious on the ground. Their belongings were all taken away. The two leaders woke up first, but one of them wanted to use a knife to attack those people, but he didn't expect that even his wrist bone would be broken. Speaking of which, it's already good that those three people didn't take their lives. If it were anyone else, their belongings would have been taken and they wouldn't have been able to keep their lives. That Hun Yuan is from the Nebula Immortal Sect after all. He wouldn't be so ruthless. He would definitely hesitate to end so many people's lives. Now, those two teams have already left with their tails between their legs. Boss is also kind and didn't kill them all. That's right, Boss is kind. As the crowd spoke, they kept flattering their boss. Some of them even poured wine for them. When the leader of these people heard the crowd's words, he was also in a good mood. He laughed and raised his wine bowl. "Come on, let's drink, let's drink." Outside, Feng Jiu smelled the fragrance of wine and meat and smiled like a cunning fox. She gestured to Zhuo Junhua. "How is it? I didn't say anything wrong, right? These people must have meat. Smell it. There's also the fragrance of wine. Let's get some back for the old man." "Okay." Zhuo Junhua nodded and looked at the two sentries in front. He said to Feng Jiu, "One each." "Okay." The two of them rushed forward. Before the sentries noticed, they were already behind them. With a chop, the items on the two sentries fell into their hands. At the same time, the two who were knocked unconscious fell to the ground. The two of them looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Smelling the aroma of the meat and wine, they walked inside. Just then, they heard a voice from inside. "Flip the roast meat, don't burn it." Hearing this, Feng Jiu swallowed his saliva. Sigh. She was indeed a layman. She did not like to eat fasting pills. She only liked to eat grains and meat. She walked briskly to the cave and smiled as she poked her head into the cave. However, the people inside were so frightened that they were in a state of panic. "Ah, it's that green-robed youth. Why are these two people back?" The people who were sitting around the barbecue fire at the entrance of the cave were startled by the sudden intrusion of the two people. One by one, they jumped up high into the air and quickly retreated into the cave, crowding it densely. "Hee, you don't have to be afraid. We don't have any ill intentions." Feng Jiu smiled and sniffed the roast meat. This roast meat smells really good." Seeing this scene and hearing the green-robed youth's words, the middle-aged man in the lead calmed down and said, "If you like it, I'll give this roast meat to you." He only hoped that they would leave quickly after taking the roast meat. Chapter 2067. When a middle-aged man in the lead saw the green-robed young man's eyes darting towards the jug of wine, The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He forced a smile and said, "It's all right. It's fate that brought us together. I'll give you this roasted wild boar, and that jug of wine over there as well." They could hunt again if the wild boar was gone. If the wine was gone, they could buy it again. If they lost their treasures and lives, it would be a huge loss. It's hard to refuse such kindness. Since you've said so, we'll accept it, she said with a smile and glanced at Zhuo Junhua. Zhuo Junhua took a few steps forward and put the jug of wine into his space. Then, he returned to the area where the wild boar was roasted. He and Feng Jiu each carried a wild boar and walked out. The rest of the men followed behind them and gulped as they looked at the wild boar they were carrying. Their faces were full of greed. At this moment, the young man in green who was walking in front suddenly turned around, scaring the men into stopping in their tracks. "There's no need to send us off. You can stay here." Feng Jiu waved at them happily. Then, he and Zhuo Junhua carried the roasted wild boar towards the old man. The men behind them stood there and stared blankly. After a long while, they regained their senses. One of them muttered, "This young man in green is more like a bandit than we are. He's a bandit among bandits." "Boss, the wild boar we hunted with great difficulty is gone just like that. We even lost such a big jug of wine." Another man said faintly as he looked in the direction the two men had left. Although they were far away, they could still smell the aroma of the roasted meat from here. Not useless. The middle-aged man in the lead glared at them. "Those are just worldly possessions. If they're gone, so be it. Our lives and our treasures are safe. If they want the roasted meat and wine, we'll just give them to them." "Boss, the two men who were on guard duty were only knocked unconscious. They're not dead." The other two men quickly walked back and supported the two unconscious men. "It's good that they're not dead. Get them into the cave." He waved his hand and said, "Boss, should we go back and hunt some wild animals? Our brothers haven't eaten meat for half a month." One of them mustered up the courage to ask, "Go back? Do you think it's a short way to go hunting? If it was close, those two bastards wouldn't have come here to ask for things." The middle-aged man said angrily, "Don't we still have fasting pills? Just eat some fasting pills." Seeing that he was angry, none of them dared to say a word. On the other side, the old man who was resting in the cave was humming a tune as he muttered, "Little girl, you didn't listen to this old man. This old man already said that there are no wild animals in this area, but you still don't believe me. I don't believe that you can go out and bring back wild animals." However, as he was muttering to himself, his nose suddenly sniffed and he couldn't help but follow the smell outside. When he saw the two people carrying a roasted wild boar back, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. "Hiss, this little girl really brought back game?" He ran forward excitedly and couldn't help but ask, "Where did you get this? It's actually roasted? Don't tell me you stole it?" Chapter 2068. How is that possible? Feng Jiu raised her voice slightly and looked at him with a smile. "Do you think I'm the kind of person who would rob someone? This roast pig was given to us by someone, and they even gave us a jar of wine." Hearing this, the old man glanced at her strangely, his face full of disbelief. "Someone gave it to us? How come you didn't know that the people here were so friendly?" "Of course it was given to us," Feng Jiu said as she carried the roast pig inside and set it up. Then she took out a small knife and cut a small piece for the old man. Come, try it." "All right, there's wine too." She glanced at Zhuo Junhua. Zhuo Junhua's eyes were smiling as he took out the jar of wine and placed it to the side. Here the old man exclaimed softly, "You actually managed to get some wine? You're good. How did you do it? I've been out here for so many years. How come I've never encountered such a good thing?" He took out his empty wine gourd and drank some, smacking his lips. "Although it can't compare to my original wine, it's still a good spirit wine." Feng Jiu cut a piece of meat for Zhuo Junhua and said, "Such a big wild boar is enough for us to eat for a few days. Later, put away the rest. When you want to eat more, you can take it out and roast it." "You're giving this jar of spirit wine to the old man?" Hun Yuanzi asked cheerfully as he poured the wine into his wine gourd. His wine gourd was a magic artifact. Not to mention one jug of wine, it could even hold 10 jugs. He hadn't bought wine for a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run out of wine here. "Fine. I'll give it to you. It's no big deal. Fengjiu said indifferently as she cut a large piece of meat and ate it. The three of them ate meat and drank wine. After a night's rest, they set off again the next day. The journey was relatively peaceful, except that the temperature was getting hotter and hotter. Whether it was day or night, it was the same. The deeper they went, the more steam rose from the ground. We're almost there, almost there. Do you see that? It's that mountain. The old man wiped his sweat and pointed at a large volcano not far away. The Fires Park grass should be halfway up the mountain. Let's go there and look for it. There might be obsidian there. We don't have to wait for the next eruption. Fengjiu looked up and saw the faint steam rising from the volcano. He couldn't help but ask, "Won't it too dangerous for us to go up there? Although the magma is at the bottom of the earth, if it's halfway up the mountain." "Don't worry. It's fine. Look, there are people halfway up the mountain." The old man pointed at the people who were climbing halfway up the mountain. Seeing this, Fengjiu nodded. "All right, then go and take a look. If there's anything wrong, you must leave immediately." I know. Old man, do I need you to remind me?" Only then did the three of them walk towards the volcano. When they reached the bottom, other than some small pieces of Firespar stone, they didn't see any large pieces. However, as they got closer, the dozen or so teams guarding the foot of the mountain stared at them, as if they were trying to guess their origins. "Do we all go up? Or do we leave one person down here?" Hun Yuanzi looked at Fengjiu and asked, "If there was one person left down here, it would undoubtedly be Zhuo Junwei. He had to go up, and Fengjiu didn't need to be mentioned." Chapter 2069. If one of them stayed behind, he would be seen as a thorn in everyone's side. It would be better to go up together so that they could take care of each other. "All right, let's go then." The old man nodded and glanced at Zhuo Junwei. The three of them went up the mountain. Although they could fly on their swords in this place, they wouldn't be able to find what they were looking for. Therefore, everyone who came here to look for the Fires Park stone and immortal grass had to walk. This way, they wouldn't let go of the chance to find the treasure. Who are those people? I don't know who they are. However, that old man's strength is unfathomable. The other two are nothing to be afraid of. Other teams are made up of dozens of people. They actually dared to come here with just 3 people. Their guts are not small. Since they are here to die, why don't I send them on their way?" A fat man said. He stared at the 3 figures with a murderous look in his eyes. Then, he took out a bow from his chinkoan bag. When the people around saw this, their eyes flashed. Someone asked, "Are you trying to kill them? If you can't shoot 3 arrows at the same time, they won't let you go easily." "What's so difficult about shooting 3 arrows at the same time? My archery skills are exquisite. I have no problem shooting 5 arrows at the same time," the fat man said as he knocked his bow and aimed at the 3 people who were going up the mountain. In the crowd below, there were some people with gloating smiles on their faces as they stared at the fat man. More than half of the people present recognized that the old man was Hun Yuan from the Nebula Immortal Sect. Otherwise, why would he let the 3 of them come so close? The primordial chaos of the Nebula Immortal Sect was Mount Tai of the sect. His fighting strength alone was probably comparable to their entire team, and only that person who overestimated himself would dare to take out a bow and arrow to kill them. He was sure that if this arrow was shot, then that group of people would not be far from death. Many people knew about it, but didn't say anything. They just watched as if they were watching a good show. Some even felt that it wasn't lively enough and started to jeer. "Shoot accurately. Don't let everyone see you as a joke." Zhuo Junhua looked back and said to the 2 of them, "Someone wants to use us as a target. Ignore them. Let's go. If they can hit us, that's their ability." The old man snorted as he paid attention to the ground below his feet. There were no stairs on the path up the mountain. Every step had to be taken with extreme caution. Otherwise, one would roll down the mountain. Rolling down was a small matter, but the problem was that if one rolled down, their skin would rub against the ground of the volcano. It would be difficult to protect their lives. Be careful. The most important thing is to not fall. Chapter 2070. However, the man who fell was howling in pain. He couldn't even stand up and had to be helped to the back to lie down. See, even falling down here is a problem. The old man glanced at the 2 and continued to climb up the mountain. The volcano was very steep, and there were very few places to stand firmly. Therefore, everyone who climbed up was very careful. However, at this moment, 3 sharp arrows were shot out with a whoosh and shot towards Feng and the other 2 with a fierce momentum. Hearing the sound behind him, Feng smiled. Let's see who's faster. Let's hit them in one shot. No problem, Hun Yuanzi replied. Just as the 3 arrows were about to hit them, the 3 people suddenly turned around and grabbed the 3 arrows. In almost an instant, the 3 arrows flew out of their hands and attacked the fat man with the bow at the foot of the mountain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sharp arrows shot down from above at a speed so fast that it was impossible to cover one's ears. They shot towards the fat man with a sharp and cold aura. This scene happened so quickly that no one could react in time. It was only when a shrill scream came out of the man's mouth that everyone regained their senses. However, when they saw this scene, they were all stunned. The shrill scream reverberated in the air. At this moment, whether it was the people at the foot of the mountain or those who had climbed halfway up the mountain, all of them looked in the direction of the scream. The fat man with the bow and arrow stood stiffly. His eyes were wide open in fear, and his face was drained of blood. His expression was one of extreme fear, and between his eyebrows, there was an arrow feather deeply embedded there. A trace of blood seeped out from the gap between the arrow feather and his flesh, dripping down. Further down, there was also an arrow stuck in his throat. However, this arrow had directly pierced through. It was also a fatal blow. Further down, there was also an arrow protruding from his chest. This arrow had also pierced through his body, leaving only a small section of the arrow trembling slightly. Only at this moment did the rigid body slowly fall backwards. Bang! With a loud bang, the fat man fell to the ground. Due to the weight of his body, the ground shook when he fell. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They couldn't help but take a few steps back to distance themselves from the fat man. 3 arrows were shot simultaneously. All 3 arrows were caught and reflected. All 3 arrows hit the fat man's fatal points. For a moment, everyone's breathing became heavier. Those who didn't recognize Hun Yuanzi were even more shocked. They had a new understanding of the 3 people and knew that they were not to be trifled with. Those who knew that the old man was Hun Yuanzi were even more shocked. Hun Yuanzi aside, even those 2 people were so powerful. They really didn't expect it. At this moment, they rejoiced that they didn't rush forward to deal with them. Otherwise, their fate would be similar to the fat man's. Chapter 2071. When the people halfway up the mountain saw this scene, they also glanced at the 3 people below. Some of them recognized Hun Yuanzi, while others did not. Unlike the other people who were probing and vigilant, Feng and the other 2 were arguing about whose arrow was faster. I'm the slowest, Zhuojun said as he continued climbing. Among the 3 of them, his arrow was the slowest, but it still hit the heart and killed him in one shot. It's normal that you're the weakest and slowest. As primordial chaos spoke, his eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. I'm the fastest, and I stabbed his throat. Feng glanced at him. I'm clearly faster than you. No, I'm clearly faster. He refused to admit that he was slower than her. All right, let's go. Feng did not really argue with him and continued climbing. He said to the other 2, be careful and don't just look for things below. In such a place, the people at the foot of the mountain might be stunned, but the people above were also staring at them. If one of them was up to no good, who knew what they would do? Hey, look, there's a fire spark stone over there. As expected, there are more in this area. We don't even have to wait for the volcano to erupt. I think no one came to look for it after the last eruption. As the old man spoke, he moved to the other side and dug out the buried fire spark stone. I didn't expect that just a little bit would be so big. This is definitely the biggest piece I've dug up so far, Hun Yuanzi said excitedly as he handed the fire spark stone to Feng and Zhuojun. Feng glanced at it and said, it's useless for you to have so many of these things. At most, you can sell them for money, but you shouldn't be short of money. That's true. What does this old man not have? He subconsciously raised his chin with a smug look on his face. Because he was in a good mood, he casually handed over the palm-sized Firespark stone in his hand. Here, this is for you. This old man saw that you didn't find a big one. Hearing this, Fengjiu was a little surprised and looked at him strangely. For me? Well, here you go, the old man said with a smile. If you give it to me now, you won't ask for it back later, will you? She stared at him suspiciously. How is that possible? Is the old man such a petty person? He snorted and tossed the Firespark stone to her. Take it, take it. You can always find something like this again. As for the celestial grass, if you find it, remember to give this old man one. If you really can't find it, this old man can use the Firespark stone I found to exchange with you. Hearing this, Fengjiu pursed her lips and smiled. She took the Firespark stone and put it away. Then I'll have to thank you. Saying this, she continued to climb. When the people above saw that they had found a palm-sized Firespark stone, they couldn't help but be surprised. Although they hadn't searched all the places below, how could they not find such a big Firespark stone? The people below really had it easy. One of the teams looked at each other. They were originally dissatisfied with the 3 people who had used arrows to kill their team member. Now that they saw this scene, they immediately had other thoughts. Chapter 2072. Seeing the falling rocks, the 3 people at the bottom quickly dodged. With a misstep, Zhuozhenjiu slid down a few meters before coming to a stop. At this moment, the people who purposely stepped on the rocks did not stop. Instead, they became even more arrogant. These people are really evil. The old man frowned and looked down. Blockhead, how are you? Are you all right? I'm fine, Zhuozhenjiu replied and continued to climb. Fengjiu looked up and her eyes turned cold. With a flick of her hand, a few silver needles shot out from her hand and pierced through the soles of the people's feet. Hiss! A few gasps of surprise were heard. When those people stepped on the gravel, who would have thought that the silver needles in their boots would pierce upwards, directly piercing into the soles of their feet, causing them to gasp in pain. Because of the sharp pain in their feet, they were unable to stand firm and fell down one after another. As they rolled down, they tried to grab onto rocks to stabilize themselves. However, the impact of the fall was too great. Coupled with the loss of balance, they rolled down the mountainside. Bang, 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 that a few loud thuds were heard. Not only were the people at the bottom stunned, but the people at the top were also shocked. They did not expect that the people who attacked the 3 people would fall down first. After seeing what happened to the 3 people, the others were very wary of the 3 people. Naturally, they did not dare to provoke them. Thus, Fengjiu and the other 2 slowly climbed up while looking for Firespark stones. When they reached the mountainside, the 3 of them found a protruding rock and sat down to rest. Although this mountain is big, there are so many people looking. Can we really find a good Firespark grass? Fengjiu looked at the old man and asked. They had found many Firespark stones, but they did not find a single stalk of Firespark grass. Moreover, they were not the only ones looking for it. Keep your voice down. They might not be looking for fair grass. Ordinary people would not recognize it. The old man lowered his voice and said. Fengjiu rolled her eyes. Do you think these people are stupid? They've been here for years. How could they not know what you know? Even if they know, it doesn't matter. If they find it, we could just snatch it, right? The old man grinned maliciously. This was what he had in mind. However, Fengjiu was a little surprised when he heard this. He looked at him with a faint smile and said, You are the sex Mount Tai. How dare you steal from others? TSK. So what? They weren't good people either. Which one of them wasn't fighting and robbing in this place? Girl, let me tell you, you're still too inexperienced. In this world, people who follow the rules become inflexible. People must learn to be flexible and flexible. The old man said slowly. He glanced at those people and said, Do you think that if we found the angel grass first, they wouldn't snatch it? Let me tell you, if the other party is a righteous and kind person, then we can't make a move, because a person has to have principles, don't you think so? And these people are obviously not righteous and kind people. If you don't rob them, you'll just wait for them to rob you. Otherwise, they wouldn't talk about principles and principles with you. These people are all people who bully the kind and fear the evil. Chapter 2073. Is that so? That's why this old man said that we are somewhat similar. How about it? Do you want to reconsider taking me in? With a sect like mine as your disciple, you've really profited. The old man looked at her expectantly. Hearing this, Fengjiu rested her chin on her hand and smiled. I can think about it. Hearing that there was hope, the old man became very excited. Why do you need to think about it? Let's just settle it. How about this? This old man has some wine here. Want a few cups? Seeing that the old man was about to take out the wine, Fengjiu quickly stopped him. Wait, don't you know where we are? Is this a good time? Let's put this aside for now and talk about it later. AI, this old man is afraid that you'll trick me again. He sighed and glanced at her. Why don't you teach me the Taiji Fist's mantra first? Hearing this, Fengjiu chuckled. Suddenly, her smile disappeared. No. She turned her head and looked to the other side, her gaze landing on Zhuo Junyue. The old man saw that she was staring at Zhuo Junyue and knew that she was guessing Zhuo Junyue's background. For a moment, he didn't say anything. He took a few sips of wine from his wine gourd and looked at the two of them, but the corners of his eyes were observing the movements around them. When he caught a glimpse of a quietly moving, illuminating flame herb, he was so excited that he quickly blinked at Fengjiu and whispered, Look over there, look over there. That's the illuminating flame herb. Fengjiu was slightly startled. Following his gaze, she saw that not far from her, a stalk of herb was quietly moving towards her. Moving towards her? She was slightly startled. Taking a closer look, she saw that the herb was indeed moving towards her. Didn't they say that the illuminating flame herb would run away when it saw people? Why was it moving toward her? Is that really the celestial herb? Are you sure? She lowered her voice and asked, How could I be wrong? It's this one. There are only 2 leaves on its fiery red stem. Its roots are similar to ginseng, but the roots are fiery red. Hiss! The old man stuttered. In the end, he sucked in a breath of cold air and his eyes widened. Look, another one has appeared. Fengjiu looked over and saw that another stalk of brilliant firegrass had appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, it was heading in her direction again. She was astonished to see this. At this moment, the 2 stalks of illuminating firegrass had arrived at her feet. The old man was about to tie them up with a red rope in his hand, but he was stopped by a look from Fengjiu. After the celestial herb came to Fengjiu's side, it used one of its 2 leaves to gently touch Fengjiu's feet. Finally, the straight red stem bent down and pulled out the root that the old man said looked like a ginseng, but was fiery red in color. Then, it leaped into Fengjiu's arms. And Fengjiu's eyes widened in astonishment. She thought that she had seen wrongly. But when she looked again, the celestial herb that had pulled it out had really leaped into her arms and hid in her clothes. Only the 2 small leaves were exposed. She was stunned. She couldn't figure out what was going on. Chapter 2074. While they were still in shock, the other angel grass quietly moved from behind them. Just like the first one, it pulled itself out and squeezed into Fengjiu's clothes. Seeing this scene, the 3 of them didn't react for a long time. Because they were sitting on the rock and didn't move, the people above didn't pay much attention to them. Therefore, except for the 3 of them, no one else saw the strange scene in front of them. The old man stared at Fengjiu and said, Tell me, what's going on? Fengjiu lowered her head and looked at the 2 angel grasses hiding in her clothes. While no one was paying attention, she took them into the space and planted them in the medicine field. Then, she spread her hands and said to the old man, I don't know either. Didn't you say it already? This radiant flame grass didn't give birth to a medicine spirit. Now, you asked me, but who should I ask? This kind of thing has never happened before. This old man has never heard of it either. As Han Yuan said this, he stared at Fengjiu and stroked his beard thoughtfully. There must be something strange about your body. Hearing this, Fengjiu's heart skipped a beat. Something strange? What strange thing could there be on my body? She had never encountered this kind of situation before. How could she know it was wrong? But when the old man mentioned something strange, it reminded her of the chaotic green lotus in her dantian. However, that chaotic green lotus hadn't caused any trouble for her for a long time. Now, this matter shouldn't have anything to do with it, right? This angel grass is very spiritual. Although it doesn't have a medicine spirit, it's because of its innate spiritual nature that it can escape and move. The old man said, looking at Fengjiu and murmuring, "What is the reason? Could it be because of the pure spiritual aura on your body?" Fengjiu was surprised and asked, "The spiritual aura on my body? It shouldn't be, right?" She had a mysterious spiritual body, so the spiritual aura in her body was very pure. However, this purity couldn't have caused the angel grass to pull itself out and hide in her clothes, right? Forget it. Regardless of the reason, let's discuss what to do next. The old man said excitedly. He gestured for Zhuo Junyue to sit closer to him. He also moved closer to Fengjiu. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw many people staring at them. He turned around and glared at them. Then, he set up a soundproof barrier. When the others saw this, they became even more curious. What exactly were those three people talking about? However, these three people's skills were too strange. If it was not necessary, they really did not want to provoke such people. Thus, when they saw the old man set up a soundproof barrier, they looked away. At this time, Han Yuanzi approached Fengjiu and said to her with a smile, "Girl, in this case, we don't have to waste our efforts to find a fairy grass. How about this? Let's go to the back and find a place where there's no one around. The two of us will stand guard for you. You can release some of the pure, spiritual aura in your body. Perhaps the fairy grass will come to us on its own." Hearing this, Fengjiu's mouth twitched. How could this work? If my spiritual aura was so useful, I wouldn't have to worry about not being able to find the precious angel grass. Chapter 2075. The reason why the celestial herb came to her after she pulled it out was probably because of the chaotic green lotus. Another reason was that the celestial herb was highly intelligent and had sensed the presence of the chaotic green lotus. However, she did not dare to reveal the presence of the chaotic green lotus. If anyone found out that she had the chaotic green lotus in her body, it would lead to endless consequences. "Little girl, just give it a try. There's no harm in trying." The old man persuaded. He had not found a single stalk of celestial herb, so naturally, he hoped that this method would work. Fengjiu saw that he was insistent and said, "How about this? I'll give you one stalk of illuminating flame grass. Since we found it, let's leave." "How can that be?" The old man hurriedly said, "It's not easy to come here, and now we're here. How can we go back if we don't dig up a few more stalks?" "Dig up a few more stalks? Do you think that illuminating flame grass is cabbage? You can get it whenever you want to? Even if it's cabbage, you won't be able to get it this time." As she spoke, she flicked her robes, dispelling the barrier that separated them as she walked back. Seeing that Fengjiu had already walked down, the old man hurriedly followed. Just once, okay? I've never seen that scene before, and I'm still curious." Seeing that he kept pestering her, Fengjiu knew that if this matter was not resolved, she would not be able to live in peace. Thus, she looked at him and said, "Let's go down and talk." Okay. The old man hurriedly agreed. The three of them came down from the mountainside. Although they were covered in dust, there were no scratches on their bodies. Seeing the three of them suddenly come down from the mountainside, the others were surprised. However, this was a good thing for them. If the three of them left, there would be no one to fight with them for the celestial herb or illuminating flame stone. No matter how they looked at it, it was a good thing. When the people below saw the three of them coming down, they could not help but take a few steps back. However, the three of them did not pay any attention to them and walked past them. "We'll reach the back after going around here. That's not where the magma is pouring down, so it's cooler over there. There are also some trees that can block the sunlight," the old man said as he led Fengjiu and Zhuo Junyue to the other side. Not long after they left, a group of mercenaries also arrived. It was Guan Shilin's group. When the 10 or so teams saw this mercenary, their eyes flashed slightly. This group of mercenaries was covered in blood and murderous aura. It was obvious that they had just experienced a massacre. Smelling the stench of blood, everyone naturally took a few steps back. It was easy to tell at a glance whether a person was easy to provoke or not. As for those who were not easy to provoke, they usually knew better than to provoke them. "It's here," the leader of the mercenary group said. He looked at the volcano and said, "Let's see if we can find it. Leader, if we can't find any fire spark stones, we can bring them back. The people outside are fighting for them too." A mercenary said with a grin. Chapter 2076. "Don't worry, Captain. We know," everyone said with a smile. "Captain, you're injured. I don't think you should go up," Guanshelin said as he looked at his shoulder. Although it had been bandaged for a few days, the wound hadn't healed yet. It was too dangerous to climb a volcano like this. Hearing this, the others also reacted. "Yes, Captain, I think Xiao Guan is right. You're not fully recovered yet, so you shouldn't climb." "Yes, Captain, how about this? The uninjured can go up, and the injured can stay here to guard. It's relatively safer this way," another mercenary said. "That's fine. Xiao Guan will lead you then," the captain said as he looked at Guan Shalin. "Regardless of whether you can find it or not, search around the mountainside. If you can't find it, come down." "Okay, I understand." Guan Shilin nodded and led a dozen mercenaries up the mountain. The others stayed below to guard against any sneak attacks. As for Fengjiu and the others who went to the back of the mountain, they found a place to sit down after seeing that there was no one else around except for the three of them. Hurry up, hurry up. Try again." The old man excitedly squatted down beside her, while Zhuo Junyue retreated a little to guard the surroundings. Fengjiu had no choice but to sit down and circulate the spiritual energy in her body. However, she suppressed the aura of the green lotus to prevent it from leaking out. Whether it was the green lotus or not, she couldn't let anyone else know about this. Therefore, in the end, the surroundings were completely silent. Not even half a stalk of fairy grass could be seen. "How is it? Didn't I say it? It must be an accident." She spread out her hands as she spoke. Then, she retracted her aura and took out some barbecued meat from her space to eat. She looked at the disappointed old man and asked, "I'll give you one. I have two of them anyway. This old man will use fire spark stones to exchange with you. I won't take advantage of you." The old man said as he took out the fire spark stones he had obtained along the way and pushed them in front of her. Seeing this, Fengjiu didn't decline and kept all those things. At the same time, he handed over a small stalk of celestial grass. He glanced at him and said, "This kind of thing can't be used directly. You don't know how to refine pills or anything, so it won't be of much use even if you keep it. You don't have to worry about that. I'll just keep it." He took the angel grass and looked around before putting it away. "Junhue, come and eat something." Fengjiu shouted at Zhuo Junyue, who was standing guard. Zhuo Junyue turned around and walked towards them. He sat down beside them. The three of them sat around the barbecued meat and wine as they ate. "Don't drink too much. It's troublesome to get drunk in this place." As Fengjiu spoke, he saw the old man holding the wine gourd and pouring it into his mouth. He couldn't help but shake his head and pass a piece of meat to him. "With this old man's alcohol tolerance, how can I get drunk? It's fine. This place is quite far from the front. No one will come here. Just as well, this old man can take a nap after drinking some wine. Anyway, with the two of you standing guard, this old man can rest assured." He laughed mischievously, holding the meat in one hand and the wine in the other. Seeing this, Fengjiu let him be. With the two of them standing guard, he could indeed rest assured in sleep. Chapter 2077. In the midst of the fight, some people rolled down from the top. For a moment, screams and cries of alarm echoed. Guan Shalin, who was climbing up the mountain, saw this and said to the people below, "Let's go down first. It's not a good time to go up now." Although they were climbing up from the side of the mountain, it did not seem appropriate for them to continue climbing. However, just as he was about to descend the mountain, he raised his head and faintly saw a flash of light under the refraction of the sun on the mountaintop. Was it a fire spark stone? And a huge one at that. Thinking of this, he looked down at the people below and saw that the other mercenaries had safely gone down the mountain. Thus, he summoned his flying sword and flew up the mountain. Strange, why did that person go up on his sword? What is he trying to do? He went straight to the top of the mountain from the mountainside. Look, there's a ray of light at the top of the volcano. Isn't that a fire spark stone? Heavens, how big is that fire spark stone? Why didn't I see it before? Hurry up and get it. Such a big fire spark stone is priceless. The people below rushed up and flew up on their swords. Guan Shilin, who had reached the top of the volcano first, also saw the Firespark Stone. However, this piece of Firespark Stone seemed to be a little different from the others. Ordinary Firespark Stones were black and glowing, but this one was fiery red. The color was as if it had been burned by fire. The red color was beautiful, and he couldn't help but praise it when he saw it. "This stone is beautiful. I'll bring it back and give it to my sister. She'll definitely like it," Guan Shilin murmured softly. His resolute and calm face revealed a happy smile like a child. It was an expression that only appeared when he thought of his family. He went up and picked up the beautiful red stone, which was difficult to hold with both hands, and put it into his space ring. He planned to give it to Fengjiu as a gift when he returned. However, at this moment, a murderous aura came from behind him, causing his happy smile to disappear. He frowned and turned around, only to see a long sword coming at him, accompanied by a shout. "Kid, hand over the treasure. Kid, you'll choke to death if you keep it to yourself. Kid, you've got guts. How dare he take the treasure for himself in front of so many people? Hand it over, and I'll leave your corpse intact." The cultivators shouted and surrounded Guan Shilin with swords in hand. At this moment, another shout came from below, accompanied by a powerful aura. "How dare you touch our ferocious tiger mercenary group? Kill!" The members of the ferocious tiger mercenary group also rushed forward with swords in their hands. They surrounded Guan Shilin, and as soon as the mercenaries surrounded them, the sounds of swords clashing could be heard. For a moment, it was a chaotic battle. Some of the onlookers who didn't want to get involved couldn't help but be speechless. Are these people crazy? Although the Firespark Stone is a little big, there's no need to go all out like this, right? When a man who was rushing forward heard this, he couldn't help but stop and glance at the man. What do you know? In this world, how could one succeed without risking their lives? Brothers, kill them for me. If he couldn't snatch that brat's, he would snatch someone else's. I've been here for more than half a month, waiting for an opportunity like this. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward with a dozen people behind him. Chapter 2078. Kill that brat. Snatch that treasure. Swoosh. Clang. Clang. Shouts rang out along with the sounds of battle. It was a chaotic battle from midair to the ground. Because it was a chaotic battle, it was inevitable that the people around them would be injured. Some of the cultivators who were fighting Guan Shilin were furious when they saw that they were injured. "How dare you attack me? Do you want to die? Take this." "Hiss. Damn it. I'm going to kill you." The battle became more and more chaotic as the battle went on. Saber chi and sword chi flew all over the place, and cold light flashed everywhere. Some of the people saw that the situation was not good and had already retreated quietly. However, those who were still charging forward were either injured or killed. The people who were attacking Guan Shilin became more and more frightened as the battle went on, especially when they saw Guan Shilin waving his saber and sending out a sharp sword chi. They all shouted and quickly dodged. Some of them could not dodge in time and were cut in half by the saber energy. The scene was bloody and shocking. Hiss! Where did this killing god come from? The people who had retreated and the cultivators who had been watching from afar were shocked. Although the mystic mercenary was only a mystic, his battle strength was astonishing. Everyone who went up to him died under his long saber. Corpses lay around him, and the number of corpses around him made people shudder. After Guan Shilin killed the people around him, he turned his saber and pointed it at the ground. He shouted, "Who dares to snatch it from me?" The people who were lucky enough to survive retreated at the same time. They did not dare to get close to him. What a joke. Although the treasure was good, it was useless if they lost their lives. Moreover, this brat was too strange. He was only a mystic, but his battle strength was so shocking. He was so freakishly strong. They would not dare to snatch that treasure if they did not want their lives. The people of the ferocious tiger mercenary group came to Guan Shilin's side. The leader looked at him. "Little Guan, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Guan Shilin shook his head and looked at the people around him with a cold expression. Then he said to his commander, "Commander, I'm going to give the stone I found to my sister." The leader of the ferocious tiger mercenary group nodded. Don't worry, our mercenary group also has rules. Apart from a mission, we can distribute the things we find in this forest. There's no need to hand them over to the mercenary group. Thank you, Captain, he said in a deep voice. Ha ha, what's there to thank me for? This is the freedom of our group. The leader said before asking, Did you find any radiant fire grass halfway up the mountain? Yes, I didn't see him, Guan Shilin said. All right then, let's find a place to rest first. Since we're already here, we can't leave empty-handed. Let's find some time to go up again. Even if we can't find any brilliant firegrass, we can still bring back some brilliant firestones. Okay. He nodded and followed the group to the back of the mountain, towards the shade. At this moment, Feng Jiao, who was resting in the shade behind the mountain, was leaning against a rock with his eyes closed. The old man was drunk and had fallen asleep long ago. Zhuo Junyue, on the other hand, was guarding him. Chapter 2079. When he saw that the group was the mercenary group he met in the forest, he couldn't help but be surprised. What a small world. He didn't expect to meet this group of mercenaries here again. The mercenary group also saw Zhuo Junyue. The leader was slightly surprised, but then he laughed out loud. It's that young master. Does this mean that the Han Yuan immortal monarch is also resting in front? I didn't expect to meet him again. As he spoke, he turned to the people behind him and said, Brothers, find a place to sit down and rest. I'll go ahead and greet them. Thus, the group found a place to rest. After sitting down, they surrounded Guan Shilin and asked, Little Guan, what does the stone you found look like? Take it out and let us have a look. Yeah, I think I saw a very big one. Seeing that everyone was curious, Guan Shilin laughed loudly. No problem. He took out the big stone from his space ring and placed it in front of everyone. This is the stone. Look at carefully. The shape is quite nice. Wow, it's so big. I don't think I can carry it with both hands, right? Wow, it's a fiery red Fire Spark stone. That's right. I've heard that this is a top-grade Fire Spark stone. It's formed after being tempered by magma. I've only heard about it before, but I've never seen it before. I didn't expect to see such a large piece of fiery red Fire Spark stone today. TSK, look at the color. It's really the color of fire. It's so beautiful. Yeah, it's my first time seeing such a fiery red Fire Spark stone. Guan Shilin listened to everyone with a smile on his face. I think it's beautiful too. My sister will definitely like it when she sees it. He touched the big stone and said, thinking, should he ask someone to carve this fiery red fiery obsidian into a shape and give it to Little Nine? Little Guan, you're so nice to your sister. That's right. Giving such a precious Fire Spark stone to your sister? You're really generous. If this thing was sold, it would fetch a sky-high price. As her brother, I've always been running around outside, so I rarely spend time with her. She even has to worry about me. So whenever I find something interesting outside, I'll keep it for her and give it to her to make her happy when we get back. Guan Shilin said with a smile as he put away the big rock. You don't have a wife yet, right? If he had a wife, things would be different. A mercenary beside him winked and said. Hearing this, Guan Shilin grinned. Yes, I don't have a wife. But even if I do, I believe that my wife will treat my sister as well as I do. By then, it'll be better to have one more person to dote on her. Ha! That's because you haven't married yet. Many people put their wives first after they get married. If they marry a hag, it's even worse. They have to be controlled. Are you talking about the one next door to your house? That woman is indeed very ferocious. Once I saw her twisting Lier's ear and lifting him up. Those curses could be heard from 2 streets away. Haha, that's right. You don't know, but Lier often comes to drink with me after he gets beaten up. He's a man, but he doesn't have any manliness left. Chapter 2080. Others would not be able to understand the relationship between him and Xiao Jiao. From a moment he opened his eyes that year and saw that petite figure standing in front of him to protect him from the pack of wolves alone, he secretly swore in his heart that in this lifetime, even if he had to give up his own life, he would protect her. No matter what she did in the future, no matter if she was recognized by the world or not, he would always stand by her side. Although Xiao Jiao was not related to him by blood, she was more like a family to him than a blood relative. Thinking of the life-saving things she gave him in the space, his face couldn't help but soften. Others said that his little sister was lucky to have him as her brother, but he always thought that he was lucky to have little Gio as his little sister. On the other side, the leader of the ferocious tiger mercenary group came to Zhuge Junue and bowed. "Sir, we meet again." His gaze shifted behind the man and saw that not far away, an old man and a young man were resting at the foot of the mountain. Seeing this, a smile appeared on his face. Zhuge Junue nodded and did not say anything else. "Our group is resting in front. Sir Immortal, and that young sir, only 3 people. Do you want to sit with us? We even hunted some wild game on our way here. We can share some with Sir Immortal and the young sir." The leader smiled and thought that they probably did not have much to eat here. Since they had some wild game, he could share some with them. "No need. Thank you." Zhuge Junue's voice was still cold and expressionless. Seeing this, the mercenary leader smiled. "That's good. If you need anything, you can look for us. We will be resting here for the next few days." As he spoke, he cupped his fists and looked at the 2 sleeping people. Then, he smiled and turned to leave. Fengjiu, whose eyes were half closed, could vaguely hear their conversation. However, thinking that Zhuge Junue was watching over them, he relaxed and rested. Soon, he fell asleep. Zhuge Junue walked back and saw that the old man was snoring in his sleep while the young one could fall asleep with his thunderous snoring. It was amazing. He shook his head and sat down cross-legged not far from the 2 of them. His eyes were closed as he rested, but his divine sense was still paying attention to the surrounding movements. It was only about 500 meters away from here. The mercenaries were roasting game over a fire while discussing when they would go up the mountain to look for more fire spark stones. When the sky gradually darkened and the smell of barbecued meat gradually spread, not only did Feng Nine, who was sleeping soundly, smell the meat, but the teams in front of the mountain also smelled the aroma of meat. Those people followed the aroma of the meat. When they saw that it was the group of mercenaries, they did not approach. Instead, they walked around the group of mercenaries and continued to walk forward. They actually saw the 3 people with unfathomable strength. Seeing this, they could only quietly leave the area. The people here were not to be trifled with. They did not dare to stay in the same place with them. If they were not careful, they would not know when they would be killed. As a result, Guan Shilin and Fengjiu were both in the same volcanic forest at the foot of the volcano. However, because they were 50 meters apart, neither of them knew that the other was here. Chapter 2081. Young Master. The leader of the ferocious tiger mercenary group came over again. However, this time, he brought a large piece of roasted meat. He walked over to Zhuge Junue and saw that the youth in green had woken up. He smiled at him and said to the 2 of them, "We roasted some meat in front and brought some for you to eat." Fengjiu blinked and looked at the mercenary in front of him. After a while, he remembered. "Oh, it's you, young master. You still remember me?" The leader of the ferocious tiger mercenary group was in his 30s or 40s. When he saw the handsome youth in green, he couldn't help but smile. "Didn't we meet in the forest a few days ago? You were talking to the old man then." Fengjiu pointed at Han Yuanzi, who was still asleep. "Old man?" The leader's smile froze. He looked at the youth in green in surprise. There weren't many people who dared to call Han Yuanzi an old man. Where did this young man come from? However, he didn't look like an ordinary person. "I came over in the afternoon and saw that the 2 of you were sleeping. So, I cut some meat for you. Eat it while it's hot. If it's not enough, we have more." The leader handed the roasted meat over. "No need. Then I won't stand on ceremony." 2 voices sounded at the same time. The former was Zhuge Junue, while the latter was Fengjiu, who took the roasted meat. When he heard these 2 voices, the leader was startled. Then he smiled. Fengjiu took the roasted meat and glared at Zhuge Junue. This is the leader's good intentions. How can you reject it? No wonder the old man called you a blockhead. Zhuge Junue's mouth twitched. He glanced at him speechlessly and then looked away. He didn't have the face to look. When it came to food, this person would put aside all pride and dignity. "All right then, I'll head back first," the mercenary leader said before turning around to leave. "Here." Fengjiu handed a piece of roasted meat to Zhuge Junue. "Eat it. I'm not hungry," he said, sitting quietly. Feng Jiu shrugged and sat down cross-legged to eat. He also took out some wine to drink and said, I found a Fire Spark stone and the immortal grass, so I'm preparing to go back. Hearing this, Junue glanced at her, then glanced at the drunk old man and asked, You plan to leave while the old man is drunk? He was sure that if she left just like that, the old man would be so angry that he would want to pull out his beard. I didn't want to stay here for long, and as I said, I still have to go back and take care of things. I've been away for a few days, and I don't know how things are at home. I have to go back and take a look. Feng Jiu took a sip of wine and glanced at the old man. If he doesn't see me when he wakes up, he'll be fine in a few days. Besides, didn't I leave you my address? You can come and find me when you have time. Hearing this, Junue looked at her quietly. He seemed to have something to say, but in the end, he lowered his head and closed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Seeing this, Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows and asked, Do you have something to say? We've been together for a long time. What's there that can't be said? Chapter 2082. Feng Jiu raised her eyebrows and looked at him. You don't want to leave now? Yes, I want you to come with me to the Zhou family and see my grandmother. He paused for a moment, then said, Her health is not good, and she doesn't have much time left. Feng Jiu's eyes flashed, and her gaze fell on his face. Why do you want to see your grandmother? You have to give me a reason. She had a faint guess in her heart, but she did not expect it to be true. He looked up at her and slowly said, My grandmother once told me to find out about my grandfather, and the emerald edge sword is a clue. What is your grandfather's name? She asked, her gaze falling on his face, not wanting to miss any expression on his face. Outsiders know that my grandfather is the ancestor of the Zhou family, but only my family knows that my grandfather's surname is Chu, and his name is Chu Batian. He stared at her and said the name that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. Hearing this name from his mouth, Feng Jiu's heart moved. That's right, my master is Chu Batian. I can go with you to see your grandmother, but I want to know what happened to your family. Although she did not say it explicitly, she knew that he understood. Junue said, I don't know much about my grandfather and grandmother, and my grandmother did not tell us in detail. She only told us a small part of it, but you can ask her personally when you see her. Feng Jiu pondered. If they were really her master's descendants, then she must go and see this person. Thus, she nodded, all right. Then let's go together. When the old man wakes up, tell him that there's nothing else here. So let's not waste time here. Yes, Junue replied, paused for a moment, then asked, Can you tell me about my grandfather? How did you meet him? He died a long time ago, and I entered the secret cave of the underwater cave by chance and found the divine consciousness he left behind. She looked at him and said, The third thing he asked me to do back then was to find his descendants and see if they were doing well. I just never expected that you'd come to the upper continent while I've been searching for you on the lower continent. I think even he didn't expect that your grandmother would come to the upper continent. Feng Jiu looked at him and said, Many powers in the lower continent know the name Chu Batian. However, he's been dead for many years and people have gradually forgotten about him. His strength can be said to be one of the strongest in the lower continent. In addition to the ancient divine sword Qing Feng in his hand, he could almost defeat all opponents. However, he was outnumbered. He's nothing compared to the experts of the upper continent, but he's a real man who dares to do things. She smiled and said, After I accidentally became his disciple, I looked up many things about him when he was young. Although he was strong in the lower continents, he never bullied the weak. If it wasn't for those people who slandered and framed him for the sake of obtaining the Azure Edge sword, perhaps he would still be alive now. At this point, she sighed softly. Perhaps it was because of this tragedy that caused the annihilation of his Chu clan that he felt guilty in his heart. So he sent the Azure Edge sword into the Myriad Sword Tomb when he was heavily injured. Chapter 2083. However, ever since he was old enough to understand things, he knew that he and his father were not of the Zhou family's bloodline. This was no secret in the Zhou family, and it was precisely because of this that their position in the Zhou family was so awkward. The old man who was sleeping soundly turned over and bumped into a rock beside him. He woke up as well. He yawned and stretched his body as he looked at the two people sitting there. He rubbed his eyes and asked, "What are you two doing sitting there?" Feng Jiu glanced back and said with a smile, "Chatting." Here, the leader of the mercenary group brought some roasted meat. She threw the remaining piece of meat to him. Is it the one we met in the forest?" The old man took the meat and ate it. He said vaguely, "This old man is hungry, but there are many opportunities to eat meat here. Most importantly, it's all delivered to me by others." Hearing this, Feng Jiu rolled her eyes and said, "Hurry up and eat. I'm about to leave. Are you going to stay here, or are you leaving too?" Cough, cough. The old man choked on the meat. He quickly swallowed the meat in his mouth and looked at Feng Jiu. "You're leaving?" He looked at her strangely. "Why didn't a sly little fox like you sneak away when I was sleeping?" The corner of Feng Jiu's mouth twitched as she glanced at him. He was right. She had wanted to sneak away while he was asleep, but who knew that Zhuo Junyue would take her to see his grandmother? If he did not say that, she would have left long ago. Looking at Feng Ix's expression, the old man glared at her. "Don't tell me you really have such thoughts? You want to sneak away when this old man is asleep? Let me tell you, if you dare to leave this old man behind, this old man will chase you all the way to your house. We'll leave the forest tomorrow morning." She suddenly asked, "By the way, can the Aurora teleportation scroll send the three of us out of the forest?" Hearing this, the old man sneered and looked at her sideways. "How many people have you tried to teleport?" "No." She shook her head and said, it was precisely because he had never tried it that he asked him. "Most teleportation scrolls can carry people. This thing that you said is a treasure. Could it only be used by one person at a time?" She looked at him with a strange gaze and asked, "If it could only be one person, then this restriction was a little too much. It couldn't even compare to an ordinary person. That's why I said you were indulging in fantasy." The old man snorted and said, "Once the Aurora transmission scroll is opened, you can teleport to any place above it. What about the other transmission scrolls? If you could even bring someone with you, then this treasure would be a heaven-defying treasure. How could it fall into your hands?" Feng Jiu's mouth twitched when he saw the look of disdain on his face. She knew that this old man wouldn't be able to take out any treasures, but after thinking about it, it was already a rare treasure, even if she was the only one who could use it. At the very least, it would only take a blink of an eye for her to return to the Phoenix dynasty in the lower reaches of the continent. Chapter 2084. Feng Jiu stood up and dusted off her robes. She looked around and walked towards the back of the mountain. The old man hurriedly asked, "Where are you going in the middle of the night?" Feng Jiu turned around and glanced at him. "I'm going to relieve myself. Do you want to come with me?" The old man's face twitched, and he glared at her in embarrassment. He turned back to Zhuo Junyue and said, "Look at her. She doesn't look like a girl at all. She's clearly a little bastard." Zhuo Junyue ignored the old man and looked at Feng Jiu. "Do you need me to keep watch?" "No need." Feng Jiu waved her hand without looking back. Her figure gradually disappeared into the night. Did the little girl take the opportunity to slip away? Han Yuanzi asked worriedly. He looked in the direction Feng Jiu had left and shook his head. He paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, waiting for Feng Jiu to return. Zhuo Junyue saw that Han Yuanzi was worried that she had slipped away and said, "I invited her to the Zhuo family." She agreed, so she won't leave. The old man was stunned. "You invited her to the Zhuo family? What for?" Zhuo Junyue lowered his gaze and remained silent. The old man's gaze shifted and he asked, "Could it be that you're related to that little girl's master?" "Her master should be my grandfather," Zhuo Junyue said. The old man was speechless. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? About 100 meters away from here, which was also the region behind the volcano, Feng Jiu sat down cross-legged at the foot of the mountain. She wanted to see if the two immortal grasses were attracted by the aura of the primal chaos green lotus in her body. She placed her hands on her knees and relaxed. At the same time, she activated the aura of the chaotic green lotus in her body. A wisp of the aura of the chaotic green lotus seeped out and filled the air. Then she quietly looked around and paid attention to her surroundings. There were more than 2 angel grasses. If she released the aura of the chaotic green lotus, Would it attract more angel grasses? At this moment, she was looking forward to it and excited. About half an incense stick's worth of time later, her divine sense noticed that 2 stalks of illuminating flame grass were moving towards her. The 2 stalks of angel grass moved from the ground, stopped beside her, and used their leaves to touch her body. Finally, they pulled themselves out of the soil. One of them jumped into her arms, and the other hid in her sleeve. She was stunned for a long time. It was really attracted by the aura of the chaotic green lotus. She muttered to herself in disbelief. What made her even more incredulous was that in the next half an incense stick's worth of time, several more stalks of celestial grass came running over. Some were smaller, some were bigger, and each stalk of celestial grass seemed to have a medicine spirit attached to it. It was as if they had gained sentience, and they all came running toward her. Seeing this scene, she quickly withdrew the primal chaos green lotus's aura and stored the fairy grass in her space. She had a feeling that those people wouldn't be able to find the fairy grass. Even if they did, they would have already come to her place. Chapter 2085. The chaotic azure lotus was so powerful. Why had the old man given it to her all those years ago? Moreover, it had been quiet for so long and nothing else had happened because of it. Could it be that it would continue to be so peaceful? She felt that it was unlikely. The chaotic green lotus in her body had already fused with her. If it could no longer be hidden in the future, then what kind of trouble would it cause? She had no way of knowing all of this, nor could she estimate it. The old man, who was waiting there, saw that Fengjiu had not returned after so long and could not help but feel worried. Do you think she slipped away? Why hasn't she returned yet? She'll be back soon, Zhuo Junyue said calmly. He was not nervous or worried. She'll be back soon? Tell me, how many times have you said this since just now? The old man stared at him and asked while pulling his beard. How many times have you asked? How many times have I said it? He said and glanced at the old man. You don't even know how to count? Have you really become old? Hearing this, the old man glared at him. You little rascal. You've been with that little rascal for so long that you've learned bad things. Are you going to bully this old man? What do you mean by that little rascal? A voice suddenly sounded and gave the old man a fright. He patted his chest and turned around with a frightened expression. When he saw Fengjiu, who had come to his side with a smile, he couldn't help but exhale softly. Are you trying to scare this old man to death? Why didn't you make a sound when you came back? This old man thought you were swallowed by a beast. Which beast dared to swallow me? Fengjiu said with a smile. He found a place to sit down and said to Zhuo Junyue, Go and rest for a while. We'll leave when the sun comes up. Rest up first. Zhuo Junyue replied. After glancing at the old man, he went to the place where the old man had been resting. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. You slept for so long. Are you going to keep watch tonight? It's my turn for the second half of the night. Fengjiu said to Han Yuanzi. He did not wait for a reply and yawned and closed his eyes. Yet the old man looked at the 2 people who had fallen asleep with their eyes closed. He felt a lump in his throat before he could exhale. It was very uncomfortable. Why were they so worrisome? If it were anyone else, who would dare to ask the Mount Tai of the sect to keep watch for them? Only these 2 dared to treat him like this. They were really too unruly. Looking at the 2 of them like this, he could not sleep, nor could he sit still. Thus, he walked around with his hands behind his back. The first half of the night passed quickly, and it was considered peaceful. However, when it was the second half of the night, he felt that the atmosphere around him had changed. Although the murderous intent was restrained, he could still feel it. He came to Fengjiu and Zhuo Junyue's side and whispered to them, Wake up, there's movement. Fengjiu woke up when the atmosphere around them became oppressive. With her eyes closed, she used her divine sense to scan the surroundings. She saw that more than 10 teams had gathered together and were surrounding them. She opened her eyes. At the same time, she saw Zhuo Junyue opening his eyes and looking at her. Seeing this, she smiled. Looks like there's an ambush. She stood up and flicked her sleeves. She looked around with a thoughtful gaze. Chapter 2086. The old man said in surprise. He retracted his divine sense and said, More than a dozen groups of people against 1 mercenary group. This time, even if they have strong mercenaries, I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to escape unscathed. No, they're already retreating. She curled her lips into a smile. In the dark night, the mercenaries dressed in mercenary uniforms quietly retreated. They quickly retreated before those people realized that they were retreating. It seemed that their vigilance was not bad. However, among the retreating mercenaries, there was a mercenary who seemed to have received an order and came towards them. His movements were very fast, and without a sound, he arrived in front of them in a short while. Hun Yuan, Immortal Lord, our leader asked me to tell you to hurry up and leave. More than a dozen groups of people are surrounding us. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. The old man was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Oh, we know. You guys go first. Take care, the mercenary said, and quickly caught up with their mercenary group. When her divine sense swept over the mercenaries, she suddenly saw a familiar figure. She was slightly surprised and a little stunned. Then she chuckled. I didn't expect to see him here. It's a pity that I only saw him now. The familiar figure in the mercenary uniform was her brother, Guan Shilin. Thinking of him, she couldn't help but smile, and the smile on her face widened. The more Hun Yuan, Immortal Lord, and Zhuo Jun saw her standing there smiling, the more confused they were. Zhuo Jun didn't ask, because he knew the old man would definitely ask curiously. Sure enough, when he turned his gaze to the old man, he heard the old man's voice. What are you smiling about? Why are you smiling so strangely? Feng Jiu released her divine sense and saw that her brother had retreated with the mercenaries. A large group of people quietly disappeared into the night. She then retracted her gaze and smiled. Nothing. As she spoke, she crossed her arms and rubbed her hands. She rotated her waist, and her eyes were filled with a sly smile. The moonlight tonight is really good. Since we can't sleep, let's loosen up. Loosen my muscles. The old man glanced at her and said, You're not a warm-hearted person. What are you planning? What do you mean by not being a warm-hearted person? Feng Jiu snorted and said, They gave us barbecued meat to eat. No matter what, we should help them, right? Why would you be so kind? I don't believe it. As the old man spoke, he gestured towards the direction that the mercenary left and asked, Is there someone you know in there? Yeah, she replied with a smile and did not say anything else. Instead, she looked ahead and listened to the sounds coming from there. Ran away? Why is there no one here? Why did he run away? Could it be that someone leaked the information? How is it possible for someone to leak the information? We don't have any relationship with that mercenary group. They must have sensed something and ran away. The fire is still here, and they haven't had time to clean up this place. They shouldn't have run far. Chase after them. The murderous aura that was originally restrained completely diffused from their bodies at this moment. The footsteps that were originally light because they were afraid of being discovered also became disorderly at this moment. Chapter 2087. However, just as the dozen or so teams were about to give chase, they suddenly saw 3 figures standing in front of them. Everyone was stunned when they saw the old man and the 2 young men, especially those who recognized Hun Yuan Zi. At this moment, hesitation appeared on their faces. The other party was Master Hun Yuan. If they were to fight him, they were afraid that, thinking of that very likely outcome, the leaders of a few teams quietly gestured for their teams to retreat and quickly retreat. Seeing the teams retreat, the others were stunned. One of the teams asked in a daze, Why are they running? Didn't we agree to work together? There are only 3 people and they're already scared off? After saying this, that person came to a realization. That's not right. Why are they running when there are only 3 people? Since they ran when they saw the 3 of them, could it be that the 3 of them are all powerful figures? The leaders of the remaining 9 teams were still staring at the 3 people in front of them, sizing them up. Unfortunately, even with their strength, they couldn't figure out the other party's strength. They couldn't help but hesitate when they wanted to attack. Who are the 3 of you? Why are you blocking our way? One of them shouted. At the same time, he attacked the green-robed youth with his aura. He wanted to use his aura to test the other party's strength, but who knew that why do you care who we are? If you know what's good for you, leave all your valuables behind. Otherwise, Feng Jiu snorted coldly. Her words made the old man and Juanyue's lips twitch involuntarily. So this was her plan all along? Besides helping the group of mercenaries to stop these people, he also wanted to plunder all the treasures on these people. Ruthless. Too ruthless. She was a bandit. It didn't matter if she was a bandit, but how could she drag them, two good citizens, down with her? Girl, this old man is still the sex Mount Tai. Say, if news of what happened tonight spreads, won't my reputation be ruined? Master Hun Yuan sighed with a worried expression. Feng Jiu glanced at him and said, "It's not like you haven't done this before. The first time is unfamiliar. The second time is familiar. What's there to be conflicted about? Besides, if you don't want the news to spread, it's simple. Just kill them all, and naturally, the news won't spread. If it really doesn't work, and the news gets out, then they can only praise you." Her voice paused, and she raised her chin towards the people in front of her, indicating, Look, these people are all ferocious. How can they be good people? You robbed them because you robbed too little." The old man's face twitched as he muttered, "This old man knew that following you would definitely lead me astray. It's such a pity that my grand sect, Mount Tai, would one day be reduced to being a bandit. What are you mumbling about? If you really don't want to do it, that's fine too. Go to the side, and when the time comes, you won't get a single thing from us." As Feng Jiu spoke, he looked at the people in front of him and raised his voice, "Hurry up and hand over everything you have on you. Otherwise, don't even think about escaping today." Hearing this, those people cursed angrily. "You brat, do you want to die? Do you know who your grandfather is? You." Chapter 2088. Roar. A cry of alarm rang out, followed by the roar of the sacred beast. Following the roar of the cloud-swallowing beast, a powerful pressure that could be seen with the naked eye spread out in the air. This pressure enveloped the entire area, causing everyone's bodies to stiffen as they felt a chill run down their spines. In that instant, the gigantic devouring cloud beast pounced forward, like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, pressing down on the young man who was cursing Feng Jiu under its claws. Under the pressure of its claws, the sound of bones breaking could be heard, accompanied by the man's scream. "No! Save me! Save me!" As the cry for help fell, swallowing cloud bit off that person's neck and swung it, throwing the bloody corpse in front of everyone. That neck looked like it was on the verge of breaking out, and that person's eyes were wide open in shock, causing everyone to break out in cold sweat. They could not help but take a step back, their faces filled with fear as they stared at the youth, and the sacred beast that was elegantly wiping the blood from the corner of its mouth. What the hell? They actually saw the word elegance on a bloodthirsty sacred beast? However, that sacred beast was just squatting there, lazily wiping its mouth with its front paw. It even stuck out its tongue, which somehow made them think of elegance. "I'm going to die of boredom." Old White also ran out from Feng Jiu's space with a whoosh, flying over everyone's heads in the form of a white dragon, blocking everyone's back, laughing excitedly. "Master, are we going to take care of them? Mutated beast?" Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at the snow-white dragon and the strange horn on its head. Their faces turned pale with a swoosh as they turned to look at the young man in green with shock in their eyes. What was the background of this young man? It was fine to have a sacred beast, but how could there be such a rare mutated beast? Not only were the others shocked, even the old man and Zhuo Junyue were shocked by Feng Jiu's contracted beasts. They knew about the sacred beast, but where did this mutated white dragon come from? How could he have two such rare, contracted beasts? More importantly, shouldn't normal people only be able to contract one beast? Why did she have two? If they knew that Feng Jiu had more than two contracted beasts, they would be even more surprised. Feng Jiu glanced at Lao Bai and then said to the frightened people, "What do you think? Are you going to obediently hand it over? Or do you want us to kill you and then take your things? Think about it carefully. Don't regret it too late." Hearing this, the old man and Zhuo Junyue stood quietly behind her. From the looks of it, there was no need for them to do anything. She could handle it herself. The old man stood behind Feng Jiu and looked at her strangely. Sure enough, there were traces to be found. From the first time he met her, she had directly swindled his treasures and left it behind. This person had done this kind of thing more than once or twice. Looking at how familiar she was with this, she must have done this kind of thing no less than 100 times. Thinking of this, he stroked his beard. Why did he feel that she was simple and honest that day? He had really been deceived by her pure appearance. Chapter 2089. But if they didn't hand it over, they might not even be able to leave this place alive. If we give you our things, you'll let us go? One of them frowned and asked, his gaze landing on Fengjiu. Of course, I'm not a bloodthirsty demon. Although you guys aren't good people, at least you don't have to die. Leave your things and go. Fengjiu smiled and stared at them. Hearing this, those people looked at each other, and one of them asked worriedly, what if we leave our things behind and you attack us again? Fengjiu raised his voice, his face full of astonishment. How could that be? How could I do something so immoral? You guys have to have faith in my character. Hearing this, Han Yuanzi and Zhuo Junyue's mouths twitched. Character? All right. They felt that they didn't see any character in her, and the credibility of her words wasn't high. This was their experience in cutting skin. Those people didn't think so much, but they didn't have any other choice. If it was just the three of them, it would be one thing. Even if they went all out, some of them might still be able to leave alive. However, in addition to their unfathomable strength, there were also two powerful contracted beasts here. If they fought, they didn't have the confidence to escape unscathed. But if they could keep their lives by handing over their things, even if they were unwilling, it was still better than losing their lives. At this moment, looking at the people who quickly retreated when they saw these three people, they cursed in their hearts. Could it be that those people already knew that these three people weren't to be trifled with, so they quickly retreated? Damn it, at least they said that they would work together. If they wanted to retreat, they should have warned them. Now, even if they wanted to retreat, they had nowhere to go. They could only obediently hand over their things. After some hesitation, they took off their things and retreated step by step. However, at this moment, the voice of the green-robed youth sounded again. All of you better be obedient. Otherwise, I'll let my sacred beast strip off your clothes. At that time, it'll be ugly. Hearing this, those who still had some things on them froze. Although the youth didn't say who he was talking to, they inexplicably felt guilty, as if those words were directed at them. In the end, they could only resist the urge to curse and put down their things on the ground. They raised their hands and retreated step by step. This time, I really don't have anything. Han Yuanzi and Zhuo Junyue were already indifferent to Fengjiu's words. They looked at the things on the ground and then looked at Fengjiu. Just to speak, they saw her turn to look at Zhuo Junyue. I'll have to trouble you to keep those things. Okay. Zhuo Junyue responded and went forward to pick up the things on the ground. He watched as those people fled after retreating to a safe distance, then turned back to look at Fengjiu. Why are you looking at me? I'm a man of my word. Since I said I'd let them go, I'll naturally let them go. My integrity is guaranteed. Fengjiu said with a smile. She glanced at Tun Yun and Lao Bai. You two go into the space. Hearing her words, Zhuo Junyue couldn't find anything to say. He just picked up the things and handed them to her. Chapter 2090. Here are the items, Zhuo Junyue said and gestured for her to take the items. Fengjiu looked at the items in his hand and put them away with a smile. She sighed softly. I've gained quite a lot from entering the volcano forest. I knew I should come out more often. Look, I've earned a lot. Lao Bai stroked his beard and glanced at her. What do you mean by earning a lot? You're the one who robbed us. He really couldn't tell that this little girl was so capable in this line of work. He really didn't know what this little girl used to do. She put the items away and planned to organize them later. She would keep the useful items and sell the useless ones. Finally, she looked at the two of them. Let's go. It's good that we're out of the forest now. Let's go out on our swords. It should save us a lot of time. Are we really going to the Zhuo family? The old man looked at her and asked. Yes, let's go to the Zhuo family. She nodded and took the rainbow feather from her waist and threw it into the air. The beautiful feather changed and became bigger with a whoosh. It floated lightly in the air. This treasure is not bad. The old man was surprised. He looked at the beautiful rainbow feather and stroked his beard, asking, This is the rainbow glaze feather, right? I didn't expect a little girl like you to have so many treasures on you. You didn't rob this too, did you? Fengjiu tapped her toes and leaped onto the feather. She sat down cross-legged and said, "Are you going or not? If not, I'll go." As soon as she finished speaking, she took the lead and flew high into the air. After passing through the air pressure, she flew even higher and headed out of the forest. "Wait for us," the old man shouted and threw out his flying device to chase after her. Zhuge Junue summoned his flying sword and followed behind the two of them. However, when they passed through the air pressure, their bodies fell slightly. In the volcanic forest area, the heat in the air formed a pressure, especially in midair. The pressure was especially obvious. Ordinary cultivators couldn't fly on their swords under this pressure. Therefore, most of the people who came to the volcanic forest to train were on foot. Another thing was, if they directly flew through the forest on their swords, it wouldn't be considered training. Among them, only those with real strength could withstand the pressure in the air. However, just like Feng Jiayu and the others, they had to step on the aircraft and fly up into the air. They had to break through the air pressure to fly up to a high altitude before they could truly fly on the aircraft. Behind him, Zhuge Junue flew with the wind on his flying sword. His gaze was fixed on the green-robed youth who was sitting on the feather. His sleeves were fluttering, and his black hair was fluttering. His hands were casually propped up on the feather behind him, and he looked at ease and contented. He couldn't help but think, she's really a strange person. The more I interact with her these days, the more I feel that she's unfathomable. Whether it's her way of doing things or her strength, she's always exceeded my expectations. The first time they met, she cured his poison, took the teleportation scroll from the old man, and played a trick on the old man. He was so angry that he stomped his feet. When they met again, he heard how she used a trick to save those people. When she dealt with the fiendish cultivators, she was ruthless and merciless. Her clean methods and strength were shocking. Later, they found out that the youth in front of them was actually a woman. Chapter 2091. Thinking of her forceful methods, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. She was probably the only one who could do such a thing. He really didn't know that when his grandfather took her in as a disciple. Did he know that she had such a personality? Thinking of his grandfather, he had an indescribable feeling in his heart. On one hand, he felt that there was finally news about the matter that his grandmother wanted him to inquire about. On the other hand, he felt that it was a pity that he could only learn about his grandfather from her. He knew that in his father's heart, this matter had always been on his mind. If his father found out about this, what would he do? At the same time, in a corner of the lobby on the first floor of the Heavenly Pill building in 100 River City, Lung Hua, don't you feel that there's something wrong with Little Fool recently? Du Fan came to Lung Hua's side and asked, gesturing for him to look at the busy figure in front of him. What's wrong? Lung Hua looked at the account book in his hand and asked without raising his head. Everything's wrong. Du Fan took the account book away from his hand and tucked it under his arm, saying, a few days ago, she often went to your side and often called you Big Brother Lung Hua, Big Brother Lung Hua, but now it's like she's treating you like you're transparent. Don't you think it's strange? Also, have you noticed? Why do I feel like she's lost a lot of weight recently? And her face has been pale recently. Could it be that I really went too far last time, and she's sick from holding it in? At this point, Du Fan couldn't help but feel a little worried. Little Fool, this girl, was quite likable. She didn't have any ulterior motives and was also very straightforward. Especially as the daughter of a family, she didn't put on any airs and treated people very sincerely. Although she was smiling every day, he always felt that her smile was a little gloomy. Hearing this, Lung Hua looked at the girl who was busy in front of him. He saw that she had indeed lost a lot of weight recently. Her originally round face was now slimmed down to a sharp chin. However, her face seemed to be a little pale, and she did not look as happy as before. I'll talk to her later, Lung Hua said, and then when she wants to go back, tell her to go to the backyard. I'll go too. I think I might have said too much last time. Du Fan sighed and felt a little guilty. She was a good girl. If she really took things too hard because of his words, then it would be strange if his master didn't skin him alive when he returned. However, as the two of them were talking, they suddenly heard a cry of surprise coming from the front. "Waiter, waiter, what happened to you?" The two of them looked towards the front and saw that the busy waiter had suddenly fainted. Fortunately, there was a medicinal maid beside him supporting him so that he didn't fall to the ground. Seeing this, the two of them quickly went forward. "Look, look, I said that there must be something wrong with her." Just as I was saying that, something really did happen. As Du Fan spoke, he anxiously ordered one of the maidservants, "Go, tell Fan Lin to go to the backyard." At this time, Lung Hua had already gone forward to carry the girl and quickly walked to the backyard. Du Fan followed beside him. Fan Lin, who was on the second floor, also came to the backyard on the first floor after hearing the maidservant's words. As soon as he entered the backyard, he was pulled inside by Du Fan. Come, quickly go and see how that waiter is doing. She suddenly fainted in front of us, and her face is frighteningly pale. Before the master left, he told us to take good care of her. If he came back and saw her like this, it would be strange if he didn't beat us. Chapter 2092. Let's take a look at her first. We'll talk after that. Du Fan dragged him into the room and came to the bedside. He pointed at the unconscious girl on the bed and said, Quick, let's take a look at her." Fan Lin sat down on the chair beside the bed unhurriedly and reached out to check her pulse. After a while, he withdrew his hand and said to the two, "What's wrong with her? She's a rich young lady. How did she become malnourished?" What? Du Fan was stunned. Lung Hua beside him asked, "How is she? Why did she faint?" "She probably didn't eat well. In addition, she used too much energy and has some depression in her heart. It's not a big problem. As long as we give her something to eat when she wakes up, her body will slowly recover." As Fan Lin spoke, he stood up and looked at the two of them. He asked strangely, "What kind of work did you give her? How did you make her work too much and use up too much energy? Don't tell me you took advantage of the absence of the master to bully her?" "How could that be?" Du Fan quickly said, "Actually, it's like this." He briefly told Fan Lin what happened that day. After hearing Du Fan's words, Fan Lin nodded in realization. "I see. No wonder she has depression in her heart." He smiled and stepped forward to pat Lung Hua's shoulder. "Watch over her for the next 2 days. Give her some medicine. I'll get someone to boil some medicine for her to drink." "Didn't you say she was fine? Why does she need to take medicine?" Du Fan couldn't help but ask. "Open some qi to disperse the depression. The rest will depend on you guys to open her." As Fan Lin spoke, he walked out with large strides. "You stay here and watch over her. I'll get someone to boil some ginseng soup and send it over," Lung Hua said to Du Fan. He was about to walk out when Du Fan grabbed his hand. "Don't. You stay here. I'll take care of this." As Du Fan spoke, he hurriedly walked out without waiting for him to react. However, when he reached the door, he paused and turned back to ask, "Oh, right, Xiao Er fainted. Should we get someone to inform her family?" Hearing this, Lung Hua looked at Xiao Er, who was still unconscious, and said gently, "Let's not talk about it for now. We'll talk about it when she wakes up, lest her father gets worried." "All right, then I'll be going," he said before walking away. Lung Hua was keeping watch in the room. Seeing that the person on the bed hadn't woken up yet, he sat beside him and watched quietly. The door creaked open, and Lung Hua, dressed in black, walked in. "Sister." Lung Hua stood up and greeted her. "How is she?" Lung Shuang looked at the waiter on the bed and asked. "She said she didn't eat properly and fainted from hunger. Also, she's depressed," Lung Hua said. Hearing this, Lung Shuang looked at Lung Hua and said, "When she wakes up, talk to her. Let her rest well for the next few days and recover her body." "Okay, I got it," Lung Hua said. Seeing his sister turn and walk out, he got up and walked her out. After returning to the room and sitting by the bed for a while, Xiao Er slowly woke up. Seeing that she was awake, Lung Hua smiled gently. "You're awake?" When he saw that she was about to get up, he motioned to her. "Just lie down. I'll talk to you for a while." "Brother Lung Hua, what's wrong with me?" Xiao Er pulled at the quilt. She was a little nervous and restrained. Lung Hua smiled gently. "Have you not eaten properly recently?" Chapter 2093. Seeing this, Lung Hua looked at her and asked gently, "Xiao Er, have you been unhappy recently because you heard what Du Fan said to me?" No. She quickly shook her head, afraid that he would misunderstand. Actually, you don't have to be like this. You were originally very good. You don't have to care too much about what others think. Xiao narrowed her eyes. She pulled the blanket and didn't speak. She didn't dare to look up at him. Leng Hua didn't say anything else. He just looked at her and asked with a smile, "Do you want to know how we follow Master back then?" She looked at him in shock. Can I tell you? There's nothing that can't be said. Everyone in the Phoenix Guards knows. However, they only know the general idea and don't know the details. He smiled and said gently, "Master is someone who isn't afraid of what the world thinks and isn't bound by the world. You don't know, back then that he sat by the bed and told her about what happened back then with a gentle voice and a smile on his face." Xiao listened attentively. Her eyes were sometimes filled with amazement and sometimes looked at Leng Hua in disbelief. She looked at the undisguised respect and conviction in his eyes when he talked about his master. She was mesmerized by the light and expression in his eyes. She never knew that they had such a past. She didn't even know that such a thing had happened to them in the past. It was like this back then. Not only did Master change the fate of my brother and sister, she also taught us how to behave and deal with things. We always believed that Master's taste was unique. Someone who could be chosen by her must be special. At this point, he smiled gently and his gentle gaze fell on her face. Not only did Master say that you were very good, but after interacting with you, we all know that you are indeed very good. You really are very good like this. You don't have to change anything. Just follow your heart. Don't give yourself too much pressure. Hearing him say so much, Xiao knew that he was trying to enlighten her. She looked at him with some guilt and said softly, "Brother Leng Hua, I'm sorry for making you worry." Hearing this, he smiled and asked slowly, "Your body is a little weak now. I want you to rest at home for a few days to recover. Do you think that's okay? Then, can I come again in the future?" She asked nervously. "Of course." He smiled and reached out to stroke her head, saying, "You should quickly recover before coming over to help." Seeing him touch her head like a child, she was a little shy and a little happy. She nodded. "Well, I will take care of my body as soon as possible. I will eat well when I go back." "That's good." Leng Hua nodded. At this moment, he heard the door open. He turned around and saw Du Fan carrying something in. "You're awake?" Du Fan looked at the waiter on the bed and said with a smile, "It's good that you're awake. The food is ready. Come, I'll help you sit up," Leng Hua said, reaching out to help her up. "Thank you." She thanked him softly. Perhaps it was because her state of mind had changed, but her appetite had also improved. Smelling the fragrance, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Seeing this, Du Fan and Leng Hua looked at each other and smiled. They brought the things to the small square table beside the bed. Chapter 2094. Hearing this, the waiter smiled sweetly and looked at Leng Hua. "Thank you, Brother Leng Hua." "Thank you, Brother Du. All right. Hurry up and eat," Du Fan said with a smile. Seeing her happy smile, he said to the two of them, "I'll go to the front and take a look first." As he spoke, he left first. While the waiter wasn't paying attention, he made a fierce gesture at Leng Hua. Although Fengjie wasn't here at the Heavenly Pill Dispensary, with the two stewards, Leng Hua and Du Fan, as well as the Phoenix Guards and some other people in the dispensary, everything went smoothly and no one caused any trouble. Although the elixirs and medicines in the dispensary weren't cheap, there were still many people who came to buy medicine every day. And on this evening, when the Heavenly Pill Dispensary was about to close, a person came to seek medical treatment. And the person who brought this person to seek medical treatment was someone they didn't expect, Murong Yixian. A man in luxurious clothes came with Murong Yixian, and behind the man in luxurious clothes were 4 cultivators with decent cultivation. "Is your master here?" On the first floor of the Heavenly Pill Dispensary, Murong Yixian looked at Leng Hua and asked. Leng Hua's gaze swept past the man in luxurious clothes beside Murong Yixian and then fell on Murong Yixian. Instead of answering, he asked, "Is there something you need from my master?" Although Leng Hua's attitude was gentle, his behavior was distant and indifferent, so Murong Yixian directly introduced the man in luxurious clothes beside him. This is a relative of Immortal Mu Xin from the Huaxian sect. He's here to seek medical treatment. My master isn't here, Lung Hua said, and made an inviting gesture to them. Please, we're just about to close the shop and rest. Seeing this, the man in luxurious clothes frowned slightly, and there was a trace of displeasure on his handsome face. If it weren't for Murong Yixian's instructions earlier, he would have definitely taught this impudent young man a lesson. When he heard Lung Hua's words, Murong Yishuan was stunned. He then asked, "Then did she say when she would return?" At this moment, he didn't think that Lung Hua was being perfunctory, because he knew that Fengjiu wasn't the kind of person who would stay in one place forever. Thinking about it, he must have something to do. Young Master Murong must be joking. As subordinates, how would we know when the master will return? Lung Hua said warmly. Looking at Murong Yixian in front of him, he said, "You'd better look for another doctor. I don't want to delay the treatment of my illness." "How dare you?" The man in luxurious clothes bellowed as he stared sharply at Lung Hua. "You're just a mere steward, yet you're so arrogant." Ziheng. Murong Yixian furrowed his brows slightly and looked at the finely dressed man beside him. He was a little displeased with his sudden shout. No one knew better than him how protective Fengjiu was of his own people. How could the people by her side be berated by others? What's more, this Lung Hua was someone she regarded highly and had been by her side for many years. Naturally, he wasn't someone an ordinary person could compare to. Lung Hua acted as if he didn't see this scene. He still had a gentle smile on his face as he looked at Murong Yixian. "Young Master Murong, please." Seeing this, Murong Yixian sighed inwardly and said, "Then we'll come back another day." Once he finished speaking, he turned around and left. When the finely dressed man saw this, he frowned and swept a glance at Lung Hua with a sullen face. He snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and left. Chapter 2095. Du Fan snorted and said, "Does this Murong Yixian have nothing better to do? Why did he bring this kind of person to our place? That finely dressed man is sick." Fanlin walked out with light steps as he spoke slowly. "He's definitely sick. There's something wrong with his head." Luo Yu crossed his arms and leaned against the counter. "Why doesn't he take a look at himself? He brought a few people and wanted to throw a tantrum here. Oomph. If it weren't for you holding me back just now, I definitely would have come out and taught him a lesson." Fan Lin smiled. "He really is sick, and it's a fatal illness." There was a smile in his eyes as he said, "But this person's luck isn't too good. He came at the wrong time and didn't meet Master. Speaking of which, even if Master was here, whether or not he would be willing to help is another matter. There's no need to pay attention to it. We just need to complete the task Master gave us." Lung Hua said warmly. Everyone nodded. Du Fan then said, "Speaking of which, Master has been gone for a few days. We don't know when he'll be back. We don't know if Master has met that bastard Han Rong yet. Even if he escaped this time, he won't be able to escape next time. Do you think he can still live after being targeted by Master?" As Luo Yu spoke, he waved his hand at them and said, "I'm going back to rest. If there's anything, call me. You guys go rest. I'm going back to the manor to take a look." Lung Hua said to everyone. After tidying up the matters in the building, he left through the back door and headed towards the Feng Manor. On the other side, the finely dressed man walking on the main street looked at Murong Yixian and said, "You said that being courteous to the ghost doctor is one thing, but is there a need to be so courteous to a mere steward? Look at that brat's attitude. It really makes people angry." Murong Yixian's brow furrowed when he heard this. He turned his head slightly and glanced at the finely dressed man. That's Fengjiu's person. Even if he's just a steward, he's still someone she values. Didn't I say it already? Since you want to seek medical treatment, you have to lower your attitude. If you continue to act like before, then I'll go back to the sect and apologize to Immortal Mu Xin. You can go and seek medical treatment by yourself. You. He stared at him, his face dark. Murong Yishuan looked at him coldly. "I've already said that even if I brought you here, I might not be able to get her to treat you. If it wasn't for Immortal Mu Xion's repeated requests, I wouldn't have done such a thankless task." The luxuriously dressed man was furious, but he didn't express it. He forcefully suppressed it. "All right, I understand." In his heart, he was thinking, He really didn't believe that he couldn't get the ghost doctor to treat him. At noon the next day, the man in luxurious clothes brought the 4 cultivators behind him to the Heavenly Pill building again. However, he did not come with Murong Yishuan today. After entering the Heavenly Pill building, he began to look around from the first floor. When he saw that the pills, which were rare even in their clan, were being sold at a high price on the first floor, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He never thought that this Heavenly Pill building would really be like what the outside said. The pills that were not available in other places were all available here. It was said that the pills on the second floor were even more precious and of higher quality. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be moved. After looking around the first floor, he wanted to go up to the second floor to take a look. However, he didn't know that going up to the second floor required registration. Moreover, the people following him couldn't follow him up. Chapter 2096. Dufan glanced at her and said, "There won't be any accidents in our building. You can't bring any attendants when you go upstairs. This is the rule." He pointed at the words hanging on the wall with the building's rules. "What if I insist?" The finely dressed man asked in disbelief. "You can choose to leave. Otherwise, we can send you out of the Heavenly Pill building." Dufan gently fanned himself with the folding fan in his hand. He looked at the finely dressed man in front of him and said with a smile, "If you have the guts, you can try." He wouldn't be as gentle as Lung Hua. If this person dared to behave atrociously here, he wouldn't care if he was a relative of the immortal Mu Xan. If he angered him, he wouldn't give him a good time. The finely dressed man's face turned ugly when he heard this. He still wanted to seek medical treatment here. If he really fought, he didn't want to see the doctor anymore. He suppressed his anger and turned to leave with a flick of his sleeve. Seeing him turn and leave, Dufan sneered. He still sat there leisurely. In the next 2 days, that person didn't come again. Murong Yishuan didn't come either. It seemed to be leisurely and calm. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Dufan came to Lung Hua's side and asked, "Xiao, who has been home for 2 or 3 days, right? Didn't you go to see how she's been these 2 days?" Hearing this, Lung Hua was slightly surprised. "You want to see her?" "What do you mean I want to see her? I'm not going. You should be the one to go. The little girl fell ill because of you. She's been home for a few days. It's more reasonable for you to visit her," Dufan said with a smile, holding the folding fan in his hand. Lung Hua couldn't help but smile. So it wasn't those people who hurt her? Dufan coughed lightly and said, "Aren't we free now? Anyway, there's nothing to do. I'll watch over here. She's also here to help. Since the master isn't here, it's better for you to go and see her." "It's not convenient for me to go." Lung Hua shook his head and said with a smile, "Xiao is a girl. How can I visit her? It's not good for her. Patriarch Yang can be considered familiar with us. Last time, you helped him out by selling him a pill. He has always remembered this favor of yours. I think it's good that you're there. Maybe he's having a good time." Dufan joked. Hearing this, Lung Hua paused and thought for a moment, then said, "If you really want to visit her, why don't you let my sister go? After all, both of them are women, so no one will gossip about them." "Puchi, ha!" Dufan couldn't help but laugh. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but overflow. He gently waved the fan in his hand and cast a sidelong glance at Dufan. "Let your sister go? What's your sister's name?" "Lung Shuang." Cold as ice. Let your sister visit the patient expressionlessly? Don't you think it's easy for others to misunderstand? My sister is a very nice person. Hearing him say that his sister was too cold, he couldn't help but refute. "Yes, she's very nice. We all know that your sister is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, but others don't know. Besides, your sister doesn't treat people as gently as you do. With her cold and taciturn personality, what do you think she would do if she went to the Yang family?" he asked with a teasing smile on his face. Chapter 2097. "Oh, Lung Hua is going to visit the second young lady?" Fan Lin walked out of nowhere and looked at him with a smile. "I didn't say I was going." He shook his head helplessly and smiled. These people really had nothing to do and were just making fun of him. "I'm not busy these 2 days. Since you have nothing to do, you can make a trip to the Yang family to see little second Mississippi. All right, I've also made some pills for her. You can send them to her while you're at it. Let her take them once a day for 3 days." As he spoke, Fan Lin took out a bottle of medicine from his sleeve and handed it to Lung Hua. Seeing this, Lung Hua smiled, took it, and said, "All right, I'll go then." He took the bottle and said to them, "You guys keep an eye on this place. I'll be back in a while." "All right, go ahead." Du Fan waved his fan and said with a smile. He watched Lung Hua leave and then said with a smile, "Actually, I think the second young lady is quite good. She's not bad." Fan Lin nodded. Luo Yu walked out and glanced at the two of them. "Don't worry about it. Lung Hua is younger than the two of you. I don't see you guys in a hurry to get married." "No hurry, no hurry," Du Fan and Fan Lin said at the same time. Then, they looked at each other and smiled. They turned around and went about their own business. Not in a hurry." He snorted softly and touched his face. He muttered softly, "You guys aren't in a hurry, but I'm in a hurry. Why don't any girls like me?" After leaving the Heavenly Pill building, Lung Hua walked on the street and headed in the direction of a Yang family. He walked at a leisurely pace and looked at the bustling street from time to time. When he passed by a pastry shop, he remembered that girls usually liked to eat pastries. So, he went into the pastry shop and bought a few boxes of pastries as a gift for visiting people. A man in luxurious clothes in a restaurant inadvertently glanced around and caught a glimpse of a figure on the street. His eyes flashed slightly. Was it the steward of the Heavenly Pill building? She looked behind him and saw that he was alone without anyone accompanying him. She couldn't help but reveal a smile that wasn't a smile. After walking for a while, Lung Hua knew that someone was following him even though he didn't look back. His pace was neither fast nor slow. He walked at the same pace as before and didn't deliberately speed up. When he came to a turn, he stopped and turned around. "Who's there? Come out." Seeing that the youth had discovered them, the man in luxurious clothes was slightly surprised. He walked out and looked at the youth. He asked in confusion, "Aren't you an ordinary person who can't cultivate? How did he discover that we were following him?" Lung Hua looked at the man in luxurious clothes, his face still as gentle as before. "Why are you following me? I would like to invite Steward Lung to have a cup of tea. I wonder if you would do me the honor?" The man in luxurious clothes said casually as he stared at the gentle youth. What kind of ability did this youth, who didn't have any spiritual aura, have? Hearing the man in luxurious clothes' words, Lung Hua smiled warmly and said, "You're following me today. I'm sure young Master Morong doesn't know." "He doesn't know, but so what?" The man raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Chapter 2098. "Is that so?" The man in luxurious clothes said disapprovingly. He looked at Lung Hua and said, "Manager Lung might not know who I am." Lung Hua smiled. "Didn't young Master Morong say that you are a relative of Immortal Mu Xian from the Huaxian sect? I am the son of the first wife of the Yin family, and Immortal Mu Xian from the Huaxian sect is my aunt." He raised his chin slightly and spoke with an unconcealable arrogance on his face. "So that's how it is. Excuse me for not recognizing you." Lung Hua nodded. "Now, I would like to invite Manager Lung to a restaurant for a meal. Will Manager Lung give me the honor?" he asked with an arrogant tone, as if he was certain Lung Hua would agree. Lung Hua gently shook his head. "I'm really sorry. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave." He cupped his hands and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, under the signal of the man in luxurious clothes, a cultivator appeared in front of him and blocked his path. Seeing this, he stopped in surprise and looked at the man in luxurious clothes. "What are you doing?" "Naturally, I'm inviting Manager Lung for a drink." The man in luxurious clothes gestured, and the cultivator rushed forward and reached out to grab Lung Hua's shoulder. Seeing this scene, Lung Hua's expression didn't change. He only took a deep look at the man in luxurious clothes and dodged to the side. When he dodged the man's attack, he raised his hand to grab the man's hand and twisted it behind his back. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed in the alley, followed by a gasp of pain. Not only was the cultivator whose hand was twisted by Lung Hua in disbelief, but even the man in luxurious clothes and the three people behind him were stunned and shocked. He clearly didn't have any spirit power fluctuations. So how? A thought flashed through the man's mind, and he exclaimed, "You've learned a cultivation method to hide your aura?" That's why you've hidden your aura and cultivation? What kind of cultivation method could hide one's strength and cultivation so perfectly? And he didn't reveal any spirit power aura? This person was just a manager, right? How could there be such a cultivation technique? Could it be that it was taught by the ghost doctor? Lung Hua didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he broke the cultivator's arm and pushed him back to his side. At the same time, his gentle voice rang out. Sir, you said that you are from the direct line of descent. However, judging from your temperament and behavior, you're somewhat lacking. You don't have the demeanor of a direct descendant at all. He ignored the other party's angry expression and said meaningfully, sometimes, one of your decisions will not only harm you, but also your family. Since you were brought here by young Master Moreau, I think you should think twice before you act. If you really can't do it, you can ask young Master Moreau to avoid bringing trouble to your family. You're threatening me. The man in luxurious clothes stared at him. There was a fire burning in his heart. His emotions fluctuated so much that the hidden illness in his body flared up. His face suddenly turned pale, and his body began to twitch. He clenched his teeth tightly. Lung Hua watched, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. This was because he saw that the fingernails of the man in luxurious clothes suddenly grew longer. They were black and purple, like those of Ghost. Not only that, but his face also seemed to have changed. Chapter 2099. Not good. Master's illness has acted up. Quick, quick, chain. Those people's faces were filled with panic. Some of them took out black iron chains from their cosmos bags while others held him tightly and tied him up in a few moves. In the end, they even put a sack over him and carried him away. Lung Hua stood there in a daze and only regained his senses after a long while. Seeing that he had been forgotten, he shook his head and walked towards the Yang family. Those cultivators carried him back to the courtyard where they were staying. One of them quickly rushed towards a small courtyard where Murong Yixian was. Master Murong, it's not good. Master's illness has acted up. Murong Yixian, who was cultivating cross-legged in his room, opened his eyes and frowned when he heard the voice. Illness? He got off the bed and walked outside. He saw that one of the cultivators who had been following Yin Ziheng was about to rush into his room. So he asked, "Where's your master?" We sent him back to his room. However, Master's condition seems to be a little serious this time. That cultivator said, "Bring me there to take a look." Murong Yixian said and walked outside. When he arrived outside the room in another small courtyard, he heard a roar that sounded like a ferocious beast and the cultivator's cries of surprise. He pushed open the door and walked in. When he saw the scene inside, he couldn't help but be stunned. He saw that Yin Ziheng's muscles were bulging and the luxurious clothes on his body had already burst open, revealing his strange dark purple skin. Looking up, the color from his neck to his face was also dark purple. Two sharp fangs grew out of his mouth, and his eyes were grayish-white with only a little black in the middle. It looked very strange. He opened his mouth, and the roar from his mouth was like that of a wild beast. His strength seemed to have increased as well. Even with the black iron chains and the cultivators holding him down, he was still able to push them away. Seeing this scene, he came back to his senses and asked, "Didn't your master ask you to bring the suppressive medicine with you?" "Yes, we did, but young master has finished all of them. The rest are with second master." Second master said that he was going to the alchemist guild this morning and hasn't returned yet. The rest of the herbs are with him. A cultivator said anxiously, "Then press him down. Don't let him break free. Also, one of you go and find second master Ian." As he instructed, he frowned as he watched this scene. Suddenly, he saw that the cultivator holding down Yin Ziheng was only using one hand, while the other hand was hanging unnaturally. He asked, "Where did you guys go first? How did you get sick? How did you injure your hand?" The series of questions stunned the three cultivators, and they didn't know how to answer. Could it be that they listened to young Master's words, went out without telling him, and even made a move against Manager Long of the Heavenly Pill Building, only to have their hands broken by Manager Long in the end? Seeing the three of them hesitate, Murong Yixian's expression sank, and he shouted, "Speak." "We went out with young Master and saw Manager Long on the street. Young Master told us to follow him. Young master wanted to invite Manager Lung for a drink, but Manager Lung didn't give us face, so young master told me to catch him. Unexpectedly, Manager Lung didn't have any spiritual aura on him, but he was very agile and broke my hand in one move. Chapter 2100. Hearing this, Murong Ishuan's face was as cold as frost. His handsome face was cold as he pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He only looked at the man in luxurious clothes who had a relapse and said, "Since you won't listen to my advice, wait for your second master to come back and have him bring him back." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't pay any more attention to the person being pressed down and directly turned to leave. Not long after he left, a middle-aged man hurried over under the lead of a cultivator. His expression was ugly as he said, "Why didn't he say anything when he finished his medicine? Didn't I tell you to take good care of him? How could something like this happen?" The second master of the Een family quickly entered the room. When he saw the person who was being pressed down, he hurriedly took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Not long after the pill entered his mouth, the person who was originally struggling and roaring gradually calmed down. He also collapsed and fainted. Seeing this, he coldly swept his gaze over the cultivators. What's going on? Why did Hung or have a relapse in advance? The cultivators were just letting out a sigh of relief when they heard the second master's question. They couldn't help but look at each other before reporting the matter to him. "Is it the steward of the Heavenly Pill building?" Second Master Een frowned. "Didn't you tell me 2 days ago when you came back? We're here to seek medical treatment. Don't provoke the ghost doctor's people. The young master is insensible, but do the people by his side also have no sense of propriety? If we incur a grudge with the Heavenly Pill building because of this, how will his illness be treated? Have you thought about it?" His face was full of anger as he glared at them. "Let's see how you'll deal with this after something like this happens. Please punish us, second master." They knelt on one knee. At this moment, they finally understood the severity of the matter. If the young master couldn't be treated, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to escape the master's anger when they returned. Second Master Een took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, calming his furious mood before asking, "Where's young Master Murong?" Before Second Master arrived, this subordinate went to invite young Master Murong over. However, after young Master Murong knew that young master attacked that steward Lung, his expression was as cold as ice as he flung his sleeves and left. Say. That cultivator lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. "Say what?" Second Master Een frowned and asked. Tell Second Master to bring young master back when he returns," the cultivator whispered. As expected, when Second Master Een heard this, his expression changed slightly. He stepped forward and kicked that cultivator. "You can't do anything right." He could not hide his anger as he turned around and walked out. The cultivator who had been kicked let out a muffled groan and did not dare to say anything. Second Master Een came to Murong Ishien's small courtyard and saw him sitting in the courtyard drinking tea. His face was expressionless and distant. Seeing this, his eyes flashed and he walked forward. "Master Murong." Second Master Een. Murong Ishuan looked at him and nodded slightly. "I was found out about what Zihong did. I didn't expect him to ignore my warnings, even after I warned him again and again." Second Master Een came to the table and sat down. He sighed softly. "Now that the illness has flared up like this and the situation is getting more and more serious, I still haven't seen the ghost doctor. It really makes me worried." Murong Ishien held the teacup in his hand and gently turned it as he said, "Second Master Een, forgive me for being unable to do anything about Zihong. I've already prepared to return to the sect in a few days. At that time, I'll ask for forgiveness from Mu Xen." Chapter 2101. When Second Master Een heard his words, his face was filled with anxiety. He looked at Murong Ishien and said, "Young Master Murong, I apologize to you on Hung Er's behalf. Please don't lower yourself to his level. Now that we haven't even seen the ghost doctor, how can you wash your hands of it?" Murong Ishien shook his head. "It's not that I want to bother with him, nor that I want to let it go. I've said before that the ghost doctor's personality is different from ordinary people. It's not easy to ask her to treat someone. Now, Zihong even attacked her subordinates. This isn't something I can control even if I want to. Speaking of this, he smiled bitterly. Moreover, Second Master Een, you've overestimated my relationship with her. He originally came with the mentality of giving it a try, but he didn't expect that Een Ziheng would attack the Heavenly Pill Building's people behind his back. With his understanding of Fengjiu, it was unlikely that she would treat someone. Moreover, if he continued to meddle in this matter, he was afraid that even he would be blacklisted by Fengjiu. Is there no other way? He asked. Murong Yixian was about to shake his head, but he paused and glanced at Second Master Een, saying, I thought of someone. Who? Second Master Een asked. Nalan Mo Chun. He said slowly. His relationship with the ghost doctor isn't shallow. If Second Master Een can ask him to speak up for Ziheng, the chances of getting the ghost doctor to act will be higher. He paused, then continued. However, the premise is that you must not provoke the Heavenly Pill Building's people. Hearing this, Second Master Een was slightly startled. Nalan Mo Chun? Why does this name sound so familiar? He should have heard it before, but he couldn't recall at the moment. Murong Yixian smiled faintly. He's Tianji Elder's disciple. It's said that he's at home now, and the Nalan family is in Hundred River City. Rather than visiting the Alchemy Guild's president, why don't you make a trip to the Nalan family? So he's Tianji Elder's disciple. No wonder it sounds so familiar. He nodded and hesitated for a moment. But I've heard that young Master Mo Chen doesn't seem to be very friendly. It should be said that ordinary people could not even enter his eyes, let alone speak up for them. Murong Yixian nodded. That's right, but this is indeed an opportunity. If he were to speak up, there's at least a 50 to 60% chance. As long as the ghost doctor is willing to treat him, I think Ziheng's illness can be cured completely. Hearing this, the Second Master Een was moved. He stopped pondering and answered, I will go to the Nalan family. I hope I can see this young Master Nalan. On the other side, when the sky darkened, Lung Hua also returned to the Heavenly Pill Building. You're back. Didn't you say you'd be back soon? Why did it take so long? It can't be that Patriarch Yang and the waiter asked you to stay for dinner, right? Du Fan reclined on the chair and looked at Lung Hua jokingly as he walked in. You're really a genius. Lung Hua smiled and sat down next to him. Originally, I wanted to leave after delivering the medicine. Who knew that the father and daughter pair would insist on having me stay for dinner? I had no choice but to eat a little and chat with them. I only returned to the building now. Lung Hua said warmly as he poured himself a cup of tea.